Pagkita mo na maganda lang. Maganda yung camera natin. Ako, pinakamalaki yung mukha ko. Medyo nakapobia ko pag pinaka-one. Baka po eh, kawal ka lang eh. Ito po yun kami niya. Gari kayo sa akin, gari. Sample niyo. Ano ba kaya mahal na mahal nyo eh? Kasi yung topic niya, ano bang currency? Parental guidance?
Pasok na to.
Yung mga expectation. Yan yung ano, meron mo.
Good morning. All right, so we have some people listening. Right? All right, so community business first. Okay, I'm gonna get a volunteer today to do this for me because I've been doing this since we started, right? Okay, so sino ang pwedeng mag-camera? Alright. Okay, so who wants to volunteer? You want to volunteer? Gilbert, are you deserving to do this? Are you? You
Huwag na
believe?
lang din.
You believe?
Parang di
You
sa
believe you're deserving to do this? Alright, Gilbert, you're running this movie. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, family. So we will do our simple house blessing. Bigla, house rules pala yung natin. Okay. So, I'll just choose, no? Yung hindi masyadong natatouch sa ating mga house rules. Alam ko maraming guilty dito.
Okay.
Sino sa ating mga family dito ang hindi masyadong enthusiastic sa ating pinag-uusapan? Alam ko, napaka-importante nito sa ating program. Pero may mga nakikita pa rin ako parang walang gana, hindi nagre-recite, hindi nagiging active sa ating mga discussions. Ang dami tinatanong si Dr. Paz, pero hindi nagre-react. Sino-sino po kayo? Or siguro, hindi lang kayo masyadong sure sa mga gusto mong sabihin. Pero, may gusto sana kayong sabihin pero hindi nyo sinasabi. So, that's lack of enthusiasm. Sino po? Yung mga may gustong sabihin pero ayaw tumayo, tinatawag, hindi... Lahat ba enthusiastic? Parang hindi, nagtatanong ako, parang hindi kayo enthusiastic. Siguro deserve nyo lahat tumayo. Sino po? So, does this mean to say na enthusiastic lahat? Yung totoo? Oh, sige. Okay, sino po ang pareho yan sana sa pagiging being open? No? Sino ulit? Ito kasi maraming guilty lagi. Yung late na naman. Sino yung may mga late na naman kahapon, late na naman ngayon?
Kailangan na. O ngayon, may ginawa ako dyan.
Kahapon. Okay. Kahapon. Late dumating din kahit sa break. Okay, be honest, be open. Okay. Thank you very much for being honest. And I call on siyempre yung hindi masyadong nagsasalita. I think si Ma'am Nova, hindi ka pa naririnig ni lack of enthusiasm ka.
Yeah, good morning po, family. So, sa mga late po kahapon, I hope na for the coming days po, mas agahan na po natin and mas maging aware na po sana tayo sa time natin. Thank you.
Parang kulang pa. Si Ma'am April, kasi lagi kang, maaga pumasok. Anong gusto mong sabihin sa mga naging late?
Malalamig ko rin po sa Pero I believe kasi na the early bird catches the worm. Yun lang po.
Bird ka ba? Thank you very much. Okay, I think marami rin ang guilty dito. Sino yung mga umaalis sa room after our training na hindi nagliligpit na kanilang gamit? I should know this kasi ang daming naiiwang kalat tapos hindi nag-fix na kanilang mga chairs. We still need somebody to fix your chairs for you. Sino po ang mga yun? Isa lang, mukhang ang daming kalat kahapon. Chairs na, at pati yung may mga naiiwang mga bottled water. Isa lang, ang dami kong, ako nag-tweet kagabi, kahapon. So I think marami ang hindi open. Mas especially dyan sa likod, hindi talaga makakabos. Tapos yung inyong tablecloth, ang gulo-gulo. So, I think ayaw ng ibang mag-open. So, hindi pa rin natin deserve mag-PC. So, mga Doc Ronette, pwede mo pang pagsabihin, kahit yung mga hindi tumayo.
For this minsan, syempre lahat tayo, sorry, in generalism. Personally, guilty din ako in a way, pero ang advice ko na lang is, before we go out, kahit kahit yung break lang or yung mismong uwian na, we have to make sure that our things or the table is arranged well or maayos. And then, hindi natin maiwasan na after eating, nag-i-start or kapag may breaks, nag-i-start yung ating lecture. So, that time mas maganda kasi tignan yung table natin na kung wala nang naman, wala nang mga trash. No? So, better isapon agad. Para respect na rin kayo. No? Kasi mas maayos na table, mas magaling.
Okay, yun lang ha, yung awareness. Baka hindi lang kasi kayo aware na umaalis kayo na hindi nyo fix yung mga tables nyo, yung chairs nyo, at saka yung area ng training natin. So, yun lang po. Thank you very much.
Alright. Salamat, Gilbert. Okay, so we should have like a second half entertainment. Sino yung kakanta? Sino gustong mag-interview bago tayo mag-ano? Sino yan? Ayan.
Justin!
Sino ang pwedeng second half na? Song. Alright, sino yun? Meron ba? Meron ba ng volunteer? Sino? No, maybe yung mag-volunteer, hindi yung mag-volunteer. Okay, mag-volunteer, hindi yung volunteer. Sino yung gusto mag-volunteer?
Anong?
Okay. Teka muna, si Dr. Ruby is from guest natin yan. Dapat yung mga dito.
Yes!
Yung host dapat. Dito.
Do it!
Sino sa ating host ang pwede? Gusto ko marinig naman ang mga ginito ang boses ninyo. Sino?
Trio.
Sino? Okay, sino yung trio? Trio. Okay, yung mga tres dahlias, kailangan tres kasi kapag dalawa lang, sandalias yun. Okay, sige yung tres dahlias.
Sa Friday daw sila.
Sa Friday.
Oh, yung
May preparasyon pa.
iba na muna.
Okay. Alright. Anyone? Joke. Ano ba? Okay, joke. Si Joke. Sino? Come on. Sino ang ino? May joke. Si Dr. Sino magaling?
Sa joke, kaya magaling.
Si Dr. Jaren. Come on, Dr. Jaren.
Let's go! Let's go!
This is the other side of Dr. Jaren.
Okay, from tutuakin ko lang naisip, practicein natin ng MI na very dito. Kaya mag-asawa tayo, pero
Wala na kaya like dito. Wala na kaya
okay,
like experience.
mag-MI tayo. Sabi mo, mahal mo ako.
Pakibidyo, pakibidyo.
Hindi ako yun. Hindi ako yun.
Cognitive dissonance.
Madali lang tayo. Hindi ako yun.
Lagi man pa.
Paano mo nasabing hindi ka yun?
Ano man nasabi yan?
Nababay ka ko nun eh.
Ano ang nakipil mo pag nagbabay ka?
Masaya. Masaya kapag nandun.
Sino ang sumasabi sa isip mo pag masaya ka?
Yung bike ko.
Sorry, mag-asawa ka.
Wait lang eh.
Sabi niya, kunyari pakibidyo, pakibidyo.
Ay, walang kukuha ng ebidensya.
Kailangan mo ako posting eh.
Okay, ulit.
Sino sumasabi sa isip mo pag masaya ka?
Yung mga anak natin.
Galing yung palusot na.
Ang hirap na open-ended na.
Hindi open.
Pag pumapasok daw mga anak mo, sino sa mga anak mo ang nagpapasaya sa iyo? At pwede mo ba ikwento kung anong karakter nila o trait na nagpapasaya sa iyo?
Si Ethan. Si Ethan.
Anong meron siya na namana niya sa akin?
Ayun daw, kamasaya. Ay,
Bakit ko? Asawa na yun eh. Baby. Dapat
okay. Baby daw, baby. Ano?
Wala ka, huli kayo sa asawa mo.
Ano? Masayahin siya.
Tulad mo.
Ay, okay. Masayahin siya, tulad mo.
Para naman din masarin mo yung asawa.
Ano ba ang mga karakter ko na nakikita mo sa mga anak natin?
Seryoso. Parang may hugot talaga yan. May hugot.
Okay, mababait sila. May takot sa Diyos. Yun, masayahin.
Paano mo isasalaysay ang may takot sa Diyos?
Yun nga, madasalin at respectful sa magulang. Mga elders.
Ang mahaba na po kami.
Okay.
And this. O sige, kiss na. I mean, shake hands. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Very nice. Okay, Dr. Dylan. All right. That was good, right? Okay. That was fun. Yes. Dun sa elaboration, no? I just corrected me. So sa elaboration, this is actual, no? Yung mga nasa residential nag-observe ng programa. So, turuan niyo yung mga residente na sa elaboration. No? Kasi kadalasan sa elaboration, sinasabi lang yung ano yung nagawa. Diba? Ano yung nagawa? O, ganon. O, ikaw, hindi mo pinatay yung ilaw, gano'n ba? Dapat sa susunod patay mo yun. Parang nakakababaw, diba? Okay. So, pagkatapos sabihin yung ano talaga yung pulak, yung ilaw nga, nakalimutan, o hindi pinatay, dapat i-highlight yung anong ugali yung lumalabas. Right? Diba? Ugaling kulang awareness, kulang sa pagpapahalaga. Nakuha mo? Kasi ang ang binabago natin, yung attitude. Diba? Okay, so dalawang component yun. Diba? Behavior, dapat ano yung underlying attitude. Correct? Okay. So, pag yung behavior, pinocus mo lang, napakababaw. Diba? But if you dig up a little, make it a little deeper, sabi mo, galing na niya, wala akong pagmamalasakit sa ating facility. No? Alam mo, pag yung pentel, ano yan, yung kuryente nagagamit, nasasayang. Diba? Tapos, you can focus also awareness. No? Awareness, whichever yung attitude na highlight mo, stay on it. No? I-highlight mo yun, ano yung consequences mo. No, yung pagmamasakit, yung pagpapahalaga sa mga bagay. So, elaborate on that, no? Nakuha mo, yung technique na yun na, alam mo, yung ibig sabihin mo, kasi hindi ka naman ang nagbabayad yan. Di ba? O, yung facility natin. Pag yung, isipin mo, magkano kuryente nagagastos yan. Di ba? Yung siguro, yung nagagastos na nasasayang na kuryente, pwede gamitin natin yun. Makakatabi tayo sa budget, magagamit ito sa ibang bagay. Yung ganun ang tawag doon, yung kaya ang word na elaboration is to really highlight it. Tapos, look at the consequences. No? You dramatize something para it calls for their awareness. Nakuha mo? Focus yung attention nila, may impact, no? May impact. Kasi ang goal natin is to change actually the attitude. Kasi pag yung attitude nagbago, yung behavior susunod. Does that make sense? Di ba? So, yun ang goal ng elaboration sa morning meeting. Okay? So, mahalaga yung elaboration. So, naging parang routine na lang ba? Wala masyadong meaning. Kasi, napakababaw. Napakababaw. Pero pag yung pinalalim nyo, everyday, maupo sila sa morning meeting, may nakukuha sila. Di ba? Doon nila papahalagahan yung morning meeting na, okay morning meeting kasi marami akong nakukuha, marami akong tutunan. Does that make sense? Yeah? So, turuan yung mga residente na i-focus on the attitude. Di ba? Rather than just yung ano nangyari, ano yung behavior. So, again, you can mention what happened, ano yung event, ano yung behavior na lumabas, but also, more importantly, doon, tutukan yung anong ugali ang lumabas. At saka ano yung consequences ng ugali nito magpapatuloy. Okay? Good. We're good? Alright. Sige, ituloy natin yung ating lecture doon sa MI. So, alright. So, nasa affirmation na tayo, no? Doon sa ORS. Alright. So, yun ang probably the easiest of the techniques. The easiest of the techniques is affirmation. Diba? Kahit sa morning meeting, may mga affirmations na yun. Meron, diba? tingnan mo yung listahan, ang daming affirmations mo pag yung pula. Kaya, di ba? Okay, so, again, that's not acceptable. No, kinukulit natin. Ano po affirmations? Balansehin natin. Marami namang ugali ng base. So, okay, balansehin natin. Hindi na puro affirmations. Let's also go to the pull up or list yung mga pull up. Kasi save yung affirmation. Ang pull up, risky. Diba? Okay. So, ano ang affirmation according to MI? Statements that recognize individuals' strengths, personal qualities, core values. Okay? So, anything na makita mo dun sa tao, kahit it's a small thing, affirm that. Okay? Yung mga residente na ayaw minsan magsalita, di ba? Ayaw mag-respond. Try this, no? The even the most simple, no? Maliit lang bagay na ginawa nila na positive naman. Make a big deal of it. If you keep doing that, they give you more. They give you more. Kasi maganda yung pakiramdam niya. So he give you more. Okay? Build confidence, ability to do things. Yun. Yung ability nila na enhance. Mas may congruent ay genuine. Ibig sabihin nun, okay, kahit na maliit na bagay, kailangan genuine yun. Don't make it up. No? Don't make it up. It has to be real. Okay? Makikita naman nila kung, inaano mo lang sila, parang hindi naman pala totoo. Pinipake mo lang, no? It has to be real. Not the same as praise. Not the same as praise. Okay, so ang affirmation is very specific to something that you see, right? And you just say, di ba, sasabihin natin na, kahit na mahirap na bagay yan, pero talagang pinagpursigihan mo. No? Ganon. So that's affirmation. There is a little bit of praise there, but it is not really pure praise. No? The whole idea of affirmation, again, is to increase the abilities of the person's ability or tinatawag natin self-efficacy. Diba? We were talking about that. Kasi kung yung tao, yung level ng self-efficacy niya mataas, mas motivated siya to venture into possibility of changing the behavior. Kung ang self-efficacy niya mababa, wala yung confidence sa sarili niya, it's hard to expect them to do something like changing the behavior. Okay, and oftentimes yung self-efficacy nila napakabata nila. Simula. Ang hirap niya, sinubukan ko na yun, nag-fail ako. So ngayon, diba sinasabi natin, ayaw nila mag-try kasi ang isip nila, mag-fail na naman ako dyan. Diba, mag-frustrate na ako dyan. So, nawala na sila ng confidence sa sarili nila gawin yung so we're trying to build it up. So affirmation is one of the best tools to actually, again, build up confidence. You point out little things about them. Okay? Alright, so, like I said, it's a new way of thinking. Kasi mahirap tayo maghanap ng strength Madali tayo maghanap ng weaknesses. As a habit ng ngayon natin yun, di ba? Ang TC is very good we call it silip. Ang pull-up, we used to call it silip. Ano ang silip mo, di ba? Pull-up yun. Magaling sumilip ang mga residente, yung mga butas. Magaling din ang manap ng butas, yung mga negative. Pero nahirapan sila maghanap ng positive. Okay, ganun din tayo, di ba? Na we focus more on the weaknesses, on the negative, but seldom that we highlight yung positive aspect of things. Okay, so it's a little bit different from what we do in the thesis. Yun ang challenge doon. Kasi ang mindset natin, negative-oriented. Diba? Ang MI, doesn't highlight yung negative, ignores it, but highlights more the positive. Okay? It doesn't mean na walang negative. Nandun yung negative. Right? Between two things, may mga negative, but in MI, ina-highlight yung positive. Okay? Kasi you can build on positive, but you cannot build on negative. Correct? That's a fact. No? Kahit na maliit na positive, you can build on it. Yeah, naintindihan nyo? Instead of building on it. Mapapalaki mo yun. Okay? Alright, so, question on this? We're good? Affirmation? Very easy, right? Okay. Here, example yan. You're very kind towards, napakabait mo. Blah, blah, blah. Napakabait mo sa aso. Whatever. Napakabait mo sa pets. Pero yung taon to, hindi mabait sa ibang tao. Pero mabait sa... But at least the word, mabait ka. Right? Mabait ka. Okay? I noticed that you, with the sentence. I noticed that you. Positive. Can you complete the sentence? Double M's. Something positive. I noticed that you. Napapansin ko.
I noticed that you are always smiling.
Oh, good. Diba? Okay. Positive yun. I noticed that you're always smiling. And kahit na mahirap yung pinagdadaan mo, I noticed that you always have a smile in your face. Okay, susunod. You showed a lot of patience. Nagpapakita ka ng, ano ba patience? Pasensya. Okay. Kahit na mahirap yung nangyayari, papakita ka ng pasensya. Right? Okay, so, you're a courageous person too. Complete the sentence. Perry.
You are a courageous person to admit your mistake.
To admit?
Your mistake.
Oh, exactly. Isn't that good? Okay? So that's a very fast thing. Nagkamali rin tao, pero tinanggap niya, ako, courageous ka to even admit that. Okay? Or what else? Besides courageous, you're humble, whatever. Right? Okay, susunod. You really value being. Yung nagpapahalagahan mo ang, ano, ituloy mo ang sentence.
You really value being a leader to your subordinates.
Good. Yes. Pinagpapahalaga mo na ikaw ang leader ng mga nakakabata sa iyo. Okay, susunod. I wonder how you found the strength to. Okay. Read the sentence. Okay.
I wonder how you found the strength to go through even though you're depressed.
Okay. Okay, so, ano ba yun? Wonder. Thank you. Nagtataka ako paano talaga nakakahanap ka ng nakakayanan mo yung mga dinaraanan mo, dinaanan mo. Diba? Okay, that's good. That took a lot of persistence too. Okay. Complete the sentence. No. That took a lot of
That took a lot of persistence to manage your to have complete family.
So, sa Tagalog, Tagalogin natin. Yeah. Okay. Pagpupursige. Okay. Nangangailangan ng mahalag laking pagpupursige na kayanin mo ang problema mo sa pamilya. Something like that. Okay. Salamat. Okay. Thank you, person. Salamat sa... Thank you for what? Yes, Dr. Joe.
Thank you for loving me.
Thank you for showing up to me and being cooperative.
Very good. Right? Sa aking... When I was doing outpatient, I used to have kahit na negatibo ka, you came for your appointment sa mga outpatient. Kahit na napakahirap ka pumunta dito, pero nakarating ka rin. Diba? Oh. That's a good affirmation, for people in outpatient. Yung hirap na gusto ko lang sa diba? Malayo, pero nag-proceed na pumunta. So, parang pag, hindi pa nag-usa yung session natin, may affirmation na, no? Okay, so, alright, so, marami tayong ma-affirm, no? Kung mahanapin natin yung positibo, there are a lot of things to affirm. Okay. Madali lang, di ba? Affirmation. Okay, we just have to make an effort. Hindi tayo masyadong sanay dun sa affirmation. Di ba? Okay. So, alright. So, find a partner. Just in closest to you, no? Alright, get a partner. Take turn and give each other affirmations of good things that you have observed and heard about your partner. Right there, instruction. Alright? Find someone. Okay, wait. Everybody get somebody? May partner na kayo? Okay, na partner.
Tayo.
Huwag mo na
Tayo.
sila.
Tayo.
Okay. Alright, hold on. Kapit Joey, sino partner mo? Okay. Sige. Okay. Ivan, sino partner mo? Okay. Lahat may partner? Okay, very good. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, start. Kailangan totoo talaga yan. Make it clear.
Sana ang ganyan din. Hindi ka magpatawa. Di ba?
Okay. Alright. Ako, mahirap sila kawakin.
Tama na.
Nakakaalis daw. Okay. Ako, biglang naging driving, no? Affirmation kasi. Biglang naging alive. Naging alive. Okay, so, di ba? Ang dami mong ma-affirm. Okay. Alright, so, how did Madami pa daw. Hindi pa tapos. Okay, so, guys, so how did that go? How did it feel to get affirmed and to give affirmation? John.
Masaya siya. Actually, I am quite surprised hearing constantly saying me those things. And then, hindi ko siya nakita na difficult gawin since very evident naman kasi kung comes yung mga mensahe.
Okay. All right. So, who was surprised to hear something that you did not expect? Sino?
Di ba yung family? About revealing agad. So, I was really happy, when we received an affirmation. Inspired. And of course, yung sabihin tayo ni mom na, no, parang hindi ka bisita, parang family ka agad. Nasa lubong. So, nakakatawa ng puso. And of course, dali lang din magbigay mo. Diba? Since inspired ka na, na-affirm ka na, and it's so nice also to give her as well an affirmation.
Okay. So, who else is surprised to hear something you didn't expect?
For the family. Hindi ko po na-expect yung impact ko pala sa ibang tao na hindi ko napapansin sa sarili ko. Malaking impact pala din sa mga tao na kapatid ko.
Okay. Very good. Okay, so, right? A lot of times, why? Sometimes we are the worst jets of ourselves, right? Okay. So, people can see other things that we don't see. That's what it means. So, okay, and it feels good to be affirmed, right? Okay, so, imagine yung clients natin, right? Yung mga clients natin yan, siguro, ang last time na affirm sila, ilan taon? Will never really like that they have been affirmed. So, maliit mo lang pinuri siya na, he will be all over you. Yeah, he'll be all over you. So, powerful ng affirmation, especially for our clients. Hindi sila sanay na na-affirm. Lagi silang nabubutasan, no? Nakukulang, So, all of a sudden, nabagay na, wow. May nakakapansin pala sa akin. Hindi ko alam. Hindi ganun pala ako. Alright, ganun ang reaction. Alright, so, will that actually help strengthen your relationship dun sa client? Di ba? Isa yan. So, ang affirmation though it's simple, it's an important part of the process. No? We're talking about, developing a rapport, magandang relasyon dun sa residente. So, this is one way of doing it. The key is be sincere. Be sincere, okay? All right, so now we are going to go to a little bit more challenging part of the MI. But this is an important part of the whole process. Okay, so this is called reflective listening. Okay, so it says that ang reflective listening ay mahalagang bahagi ng MI. Makikita niyo yung halaga niya. Bakit mahalagang bahagi, no? The best motivational advice we can give you is to listen carefully to your clients. That's the key. You cannot reflect, no? You cannot do this kung hindi ka marunong makinig. So, kailangan talagang pakinggan mo na sinasabi ng clients. They will tell you what worked and what hasn't. Diba? Sabi ko sa inyo siya, expert dun sa problema nila. Okay? So, pakinggan mo ano yung pinagdaanan niya, ano yung naranasan niya. Ano yung attempts niya, ano yung sinubukan niya para magbago. Kahit na hindi naging successful, no? Pakinggan natin yun. Ano yung mga failures niya sa efforts niya to change? Diba? Okay, so, what moved them forward and shifted them backward. So, kung naging successful sila, but hindi nagtagal yung pagbabago na ginawa, ano ang dahilan? Alamin natin yun. Ano yung setback? Anong dahilan ng setback nila? So, whenever you are in doubt about what to do, just listen. Kung hindi mo ano gagawin mo sa kliyente, right? Minsan sabi ko, sobra ata ito. Hindi ko ata kaya. Makinig ka lang. And then if you listen, it will dawn on you, oh, okay, now I have an idea. So just listen. Okay? Di ba? Isip sabi natin, napakadali makinig. It's not very easy to listen. Alam mo bakit? Marami tayong preconceived notion. Di ba? Alam ba, po tayong counseling natin. Alam mo yung residente yun, pasawa kasi ano, sa loob. Di ba? So, iniisip mo nga agad, ano naman ako dito sa counseling session na ito eh. Negatibo, pasawa eh. Naku, ano? You already frame in your mind na itong tao na negatibo, wala talagang hindi magiging productive yung session, magiging sa fulfilling practice yun. Di ba? Kasi yun ang mindset natin eh. Manibis natin yung mga positive na sinasabi niya. Kasi, nakaset sa atin na wala naman yung bibigay sa akin ng positibo kung negatibo naman tayo. So, magiging selective ang attention natin to confirm yung preconceived notion natin. How right? We will look for what confirms our preconceived notion. So we will not, only we are trying to listen, we will not hear the positive thing. But what we will be hearing is only the negative things to confirm yung preconceived notion natin. That's how our mind works. Di naman, all of that, you're not aware of what's going on. So how about this? Kaya negatibo o positibo, it's like an adventure. Let's see what is new today. Kaya maupo ka dun sa session. Okay? At, forget about ano yung label ng tao na siya kasawan sa loob. Forget that. Instead, have that sense of adventure na, hey, maybe I can discover something different. Let's see what's going on. What's gonna be new with this guy. Ganon. So set aside the preconceived notions about this person before you sit down and do your session. Does that make sense? Okay? No? No judgment, no. Diba sabi nga ng MI? Accepting. You're gonna be accepting when you already, kung meron, kinahon mo na yung tao, right? Okay, so, lahat ng mga tao din nakakahunga. Kasi, the mind works like this. Shortcut din sa atin eh. Because our mind can only process so much information. So, nagsushortcut ang mind natin is putting people or things in a box simplifies things, correct? But it's not gonna work in counseling session if you box people, put people in a box. Okay? So what we're saying in here is, every time you sit down with this client, it's almost like a fresh experience with a client. I know, it's easier said than done, right? Like our mind wants a shortcut all the time. Okay? Alright. What people really need is a good listening tool. Just the act of listening to your clients without judging, without interrupting, just paying attention, right? It's a big deal for them. Because they never felt like, wala naman nakikinig sa akin eh. Wala. People look at me na wala akong sasabihin ng mahalaga. Lalo yung sila na negatibo. They don't expect, right, na pakikinggan sila. Right? Alright. Again, this time, pair. Partner. So, yung partner nyo dun sa affirmation, it's the same person, okay? This is what you will do. The speaker talks for 3 minutes about something that you love to do or are passionate about. Whatever it is that you really like to do. Your passion. Okay? Pwede lang yung matulog. yung passion na matulog, walang nangyayari doon eh. Okay, alright. Now, seriously, okay? Your passion. You love to cook? That's passion. You're passionate about food. Okay? It doesn't have to be like your work, right? Your personal life. You're passionate about your car. Some people just spend a lot of time with their cars. I'm passionate about my wife or my husband. I'm passionate about my children. I'm passionate about my schooling, right? Okay, you got it, guys? Well, I'm passionate about my exercise. I'm passionate about my biking. All right, got it? Okay, so, yung listener yung makikinig, no, yung makikinig, give your partner a good listening to. Say nothing at all, not even, not even that. Nothing, okay? Makikinig ka lang. Use your best non-verbal skills that you to communicate that you're listening and seeking to understand. Okay, non-verbal. Showing the person that you actually are interested and you're listening and you want to understand. Okay, your partner again. Okay, okay, all right. Get your partner. Same partner like last time. Okay, start.
Sobrang passionate.
Bawal magsalita.
Bawal magsalita.
Namangutang eh.
Bawal magsalita.
Namangutang to eh. Nasalita. Gagamitin ko yung salita mo na change topic, change topic.
Passionate about
Pamilya na lang. Nangihingi ng interest. Change ng partner.
Alam na best na ano.
Okay, reverse now. Reverse. Reverse roll.
Parang mas totoo.
Okay, time's up. Time's up. All right. Okay, so so
Alam, binalawa ko
sino yung ano, dapat hindi mag-respond? Sino yung nag-respond anyway? You cannot help yourself. What happened? Uh, you cannot help yourself. You cannot help yourself. Okay. So sabi ko lang, listening. Naging counseling na tuloy ah. Okay. So, yung mga, ano yung experience nyo? So, pinapakinggan talaga na yung attention nandun. How was it different? You know, somebody is really listening and paying attention. Did that encourage you to say more? Okay. So, imagine sa client, di ba? Pag nararamdaman ng client na pinapakinggan mo siya, no? Based on your kahit na wala kang sinasabi, yun lang sa responses mo, he will keep talking, di ba? Na-encourage siya na more and more kasi nakikinig ka eh. Right? Imagine ka, di wala kang sinabi. Yun lang, non-verbal mo lang sa kanya. No? Na-encourage na siya magsalita. So, yung listening is important. But for that, make it a little bit more deeper than just listening. It's going to be a reflective listening. Okay? So that's the beginning. Ito, hindi pa nga tapos yun. Nag-over tayo mo si Perry at saka si King. Okay. Very good. Okay, so you got it? That is just non-verbal listening. And next is we'll bring it to the next level, which is reflective listening. And that will help you form what we call reflection of feelings. No? And that will be our next tasks. Okay. Siguro bago tayo lumipat dun sa susunod na slide, pwede ba mag-break na tayo? Alas na eh. Okay, mag-break tayo ng 30 minutes. 30 minutes po. Hanggang 9:30.
Kung namalayan yung oras, no? Hindi namin namalayan yung oras.
How are you? Doon na lang kami nag-listen sa
Okay. Saan yung registration? Saan yung
radio.
saan yung registration?
Opo. Hindi ko nga din po alam kung ano yung itatanong. Sabi ko, siguro we can just have some ready-made questionnaires na from us. Gusto niyo
focus. Well, that's good. Kasi report ata. Gusto niya mag-sabi. Diba? Yung bang ano?
Ay, opo.
Sabi niya,
Kasi may
ano, mayroon. Kasi yan yung sa mata. Kasi sabi niya, yung kasama niya, pupunta rin yan sa basta sabi sa akin, hindi. Si Chris kasi,
Ah, baka sila kasi meron mga exchange yung mga
pupunta daw dito.
kasama sa November 9.
After May.
Parang first week of November.
Sabi nila, kasi train Jay, most kaya, is program ako sa house manager.
Hindi ko lang din po alam kung sino pinakakasama nila. Ako na-araw ko sa Central. Tapos yung dalawang kasama niya, ganun po yun. May exchange of, if you are, you will be sometimes, sa Central. Your last interpret.
Oh, sino kasama mo? Ikaw lang. Sige.
Isa lang ba sa atin? Yan yan, di tama. Nakuha ng
Ayun na, guys and geese. Guys and geese. Sobrang tagal ng mukha.
Hello, Doc.
Tinatanong ko kaya mo. Garden naman. Garden. Pero sinanta yun ng Cagayan. Parang sa Isabela yun. Iba yung pang-pasal.
May papagawa natin. Medyo mahal. Binili ko yan bago lipat pa kami sa Wanda. Wala pa kami. Pero matagal. Napindot ko ako.
Hello? Okay, na-late na konti yung snack natin, no? Sige, just go ahead and finish your snacks. It's okay. Yung iba nga, nagpipiknik eh. Sa training. Okay. We'll continue. Tuloy po tayo, okay? Alright, so now we're going to reflective listening. Okay. A way of checking rather than assuming you know what someone means. Alright. So, as you notice now, ang MI, ang emphasis, really to listen carefully. Kailangan talagang accurate yung perception mo, ano yung sinasabi mo ng pasyente, no? That's the emphasis. No? I think that's one thing I like about it. They really you're paying attention now to what the client is saying. You really have like accurate perception. Pag hindi ka sigurado may technique din, how do you know? If you're not sure what to do, reflective listening, reflection, and you will notice that at this point, okay? Alright, so our travel agent booked as a vacation, we'll never forget. Look at what happened. All right, so you never know what to expect when you go on vacation. Okay, thinking reflectively, not reflexive, reflectively, right? Okay, so yung napansin ko din, another thing, yung mapansin mo sa MI, really have to have like very good self-awareness, no? Diba? Kasi you cannot think reflectively kung wala kang awareness, so hindi ka fully aware, no? What's really going on, right? You know, so it gets complicated, as you will see. And you cannot reflect back to a client unless you really understand not only the words you say, you'll see later on what's this, what he's not saying. Alright? What he's not saying. And what feelings underlies the words. Anong nararamdaman niya? Na hindi mo ba na hindi sinasabi, no? Hindi mo ma, makukuha man lang sa sinasabi niya, kundi you have to, kumbaga sa ano, you really have to feel that. Ano ba yung underlying feeling na hindi niya na sinasabi niya, no? What's the feeling? You cannot do that unless you are capable of reflection or reflective listening and reflective thinking. No? Yun. So, it requires really awareness. Yun ang ano ng MI, no? I think it's demanding that way. So, kung yung tao, di ba, may mga tao na ang ang ability ba to be reflective is not great. Very superficial lang lagi ang mind nila, di ba? Ang mababaw ba? No? Pag mababaw, tingnan mo, mababaw ka na hindi mo mapalalim yung conversation o ano yung mga underlying currents sa conversation. Mahirapan ka mag-MI. Mahirapan ka mag-MI. No? And that will become obvious as we go along, right? You really have to be self-aware, no? Self-aware and be capable of self-reflection. Okay, so the trouble with words. Listener does not hear the words correctly. Okay, that happens all the time. Speaker does not say what is meant. Minsan, hindi pala yung ibig niya sabihin. There's another, what he meant. Di ba, minsan sa conversation, akala ko yung ibig mo sabihin, hindi pala yun. Because you made an assumption, hindi mo pinapify. Di ba? Listener gives a different interpretation to what the speaker means. Okay? Ibang interpretasyon. Yan ang problema ng words. No? And many of the words, you know, the sentences that we say, subject to interpretation. No? Diba? Okay, so that's a problem with words. Now, reflective listening requires reflective thinking, right? Interest in what the person has to say and respect for their inner wisdom. A hypothesis testing approach to listening. Okay, so don't assume that you really fully understand what the client is saying, but there are ways to check if you accurately hear what the client is trying to say. Essentially ask, is this what you mean? Okay, so you can reflect back and say, hey, is this what you mean in the reflection? No? Then the client can say either yes or no, that's not what I mean. Okay, all right. Forming reflections appears deceptively easy but requires practice. Definitely. So this is the challenging part of this MI. A statement, not a question. You make a statement, you're not asking a question. That's a reflection. You know, when you reflect, you're not asking a question. You are making a statement. Listener's voice steps down at the end. Common word is you. You are frustrated. You are disappointed. Okay? You. You're reflecting to the client, right? Ikaw. Okay? Ang nararamdaman mo. Sa tingin ko, ang nararamdaman mo ay frustrated ka. Okay? Ikaw, ang nararamdaman mo sa'yo mukhang wala kang tiwala. No? Ganun, di ba? Reflection. Based on what the client is saying, you're reflecting it back. And then kung mali, then to correct the client. No? That's the idea, right? So, okay. So you feel sad. So you feel frustrated. So you feel disappointed. So you feel happy. So you feel satisfied. Okay? It sounds like you. Okay? It sounds like you what? You sound like you. Complete the sentence. You sound like you're irritated. Okay? You or you're wondering if. Okay, those are examples of reflection, no? Okay. So there are different kinds of reflections from simple to more complicated. Alright, so we'll take a look at those. The challenge here is how to form reflections. And I said, maraming klaseng reflection. Merong simple reflection, merong more complex reflection. Okay? Alright. And that's what we are going to learn. Alright? So we take it slow. Simple. And simple reflection, just repeating or rephrasing what the person is saying. So the listener repeats or substitutes words or phrases, stays close to what the speaker is saying. That's the simplest. Okay? Rephrasing what the client or the person is trying to say. Okay? Alright. So it gets a little more complex. The next one is called complex reflection, paraphrasing. Okay, so this is paraphrasing, keeping it similar, dun sa sinasabi ng tao, no? Kaya na pinaparaphrase mo. Okay, listener makes a major statement that infers or guesses the speaker's meaning. Okay, tayo yung counselor, no? Nire-replace mo yung sinabi niya. Okay? And, you're trying to guess what the client is saying, the meaning. So, bakit mahalaga yun? Why that reflection thing? Why do you think how is that helpful in a counseling? To make this. Yes, Ivan.
Sorry. It makes the person feel that he or she is understood.
So, it makes the person feel understood, diba? Na nararamdaman niya. Okay, so, we're not even talking about feelings yet, right? We're just saying, what he's saying, right? Okay, so, we are just paraphrasing and sinasabi niya. In other words, parang sinasabi natin, a different way, no? A different way of saying it. But that is what you heard and what you think how you understood it. Okay, so pag reflect mo sa kanya, kung accurate yung reflection mo, it's good, but you can make a mistake. But it's okay. It's okay. You're trying to see if you understood what he's saying, by putting it in another way. Diba? Inuulit mo, pero ito yung pagkakasabi mo. So, base dun sa pagkakaintindi mo na sinabi niya, ano yung ibig sabihin niya, diba? Okay. So, pwede magkamali ka ng pag-replace, no? Kasi hindi mo na-read talaga accurately sila. O hindi mo na-intindihan na hindi. Yun ang dito. Kasi kung na-check mo, kung tama yung pagkakaintindi mo, may ibig yung sabihin, di ba? Okay. Sa other form of counseling, ginagawa yun. Ito lang sa MI. Okay. Alright. So, paraphrasing. Next one, this is an example. I tried to put so many times, but I always failed. I don't know what else to do. This is what the client said. No? Okay. Ilang beses na ako na tumigil sa paggamot. Kaya lang, bumabalik din ako sa paggamot. Hindi ko na alam anong gagawin ko. Diba? Ito naman ang reflection. No, itong reflection, yan. Okay? Ito yung counselor, reflecting ano yung sinabi niya. You've tried everything, but nothing worked. Okay? Very yung, ano niya, yung paraphrase niya. Para maiksi lang, di ba? But don't capture the essence of what he's trying to say. So, kung tama yung reflection mo, you will not say anything. Di ba? Okay. So, the message there is, I understand what you're saying. Okay? Di ba, pag sinabi mo, oh, alam ko na intindihan ko sinasabi mo, iba yung kaysa yung pagpaparaphrase mo. Because ebidensya yun talaga naintindihan mo. Hindi mo lang sinasabi na intindihan kita, di ba? Okay. So, di ba sa conversation natin minsan, masabihin ka, oh, naintindihan ko yung sinasabi mo. We take it with a grain of salt. A lot of times, don't you? Right? Talaga ba naintindihan niyo o hindi? Di ba? Hindi mo lang ebidensya eh. Di ba? Pinaparaphrase mo, ebidensya yun talagang naintindihan mo. Lalo na kung accurate yung pagkakaparaphrase mo. Naintindihan? Di ba? Okay, so, di ba? So, ang impact mo sa tao, wow. Hindi sasabi yun sila, naintindihan ito. Talagang nakikinig po yung kausap ko. At naintindihan niya yung ibig sabihin. Malalim yun, malalim, di ba? So, yung conversation yung hindi mo mababaw. Yung conversation natin sa araw-araw, mababaw, no? We take a lot of what people say to us with a grain of salt, right? Do you believe people 100%? Yung conversation mo? Do you always take what people say? In response to what you say, 100%? Or do you have a little reservation? Hindi ka sigurado. Right? Hindi ka sigurado. Talaga bang human yun? Talaga. Okay? Even sa normal conversation natin, di ba? Hindi mo pinapaniwalaan kung saan yung tao ng 100%. Tama? Di ba? May reservation tayo sa isip natin na, tama ba na ibigay yung sinasabi? Although hindi natin sinasabi. No? Pero that's how I will take conversation. Right? So, ang tiwala, in other words, may level of trust tayo sa tao. Kahit nakasama nila ng tagal. Siguro ang level of trust, the more intimate yung relasyon mo sa tao, dahil yung level of trust, correct? Pero, in casual people, around our lives, hindi mataas ang natin, no? Yung level of trust na natin tayo. So ganoon din, no? Sa counseling, mga tao, pagpasok sa counseling, may reservation niya na, ano bang maintindihan ako ng tao ko? Kung sinasabi ko, anong nararamdaman ko? Di ba? Okay. So, so sa normal conversation, yung ating kliyente, hindi yan 100% na sold sa na ikaw yung pakakatiwalaan niya, yung sasabihin mo, pamitiwalaan niya, you still has a lot of reservation. Okay? Okay, so yun ang ino-overcome natin sa MI, no? Na yung ating kausap, yung kliyente natin, ay pataas ang level ng trust niya sa atin. Malaki ang tiwala niya, okay? Mahalaga yan. Kasi kung mataas yung tiwala ng ating kausap, marami siyang sasabihin tungkol sa sarili niya. Hindi siya mahirapan magtapat talaga. Okay? Kasi, yun ang hinahanap niya na, hindi na ba ako ng tao? Kapag nakatiwala ako ng tao. Okay. So, yun ang ino-overcome na yung reservation. We can't call it ambivalence, right? Resistance. No clients sa atin. Ino-overcome natin yun. No? So, MI use this to overcome those and communicate to the person that we really truly understand him. Not on a superficial level, but on a more deeper level. Okay? Okay, so reflection of feelings. Okay, now, malalim na, di ba? Now, i-reflect natin yung feelings. Bukod sa sinasabi niya, bukod sa yung sasabi niya verbally, no? Ano yung underlying feelings? Okay. Emphasizes the emotional aspects of communication. Deepest form of listening. Bakit deepest form of listening? Kasi you are trying to guess ang yung feeling based on sa verbalization, right? Alright. Example. After trying so many times to quit and fail, you feel what? You're guessing, right? You feel what? Okay, yun yung sabi niya, no? First time, I tried to quit many times, but I always failed. I don't know what else to do. Guess the feelings. Huh? Frustration? Yes? Ano pa?
Confused.
Confusion? What else? Hopelessness, right? What else? What other feelings you can guess based on what we said? Disappointment? What is disappointed? Right? Okay, so we don't know if that's really the underlying feeling. What are you gonna guess? Okay, so reflection in any of those, is okay. We don't know whether it's correct or not, right? All right, so and he will correct us anyway if we, if we miss it, right? But it's okay, right? Okay, so that's why it says there, really, really listening, right? With the client. There's some words. Hindi niya sinasabi na, naku, frustrated na ako, di ba? Disappointed na. Hindi niya sinasabi. You're basing it on what he said. Okay? So after trying so many times to quit and fail, you feel frustrated. Okay, you can do that. Or you feel disappointed. Or you feel hopeless. Any of those is fine. Okay? Okay, so that's a reflection of feelings. Now, anong trick niyan sa reflection? Always try to guess ano yung underlying feeling. That's all. Focus on what, the underlying feeling. Okay, ano yung kadalasan na narinig mo sa residente pag may kinakaunseling? Let's start. And see if you can guess some of the feelings. Ano yung kadalasan na narinig? In your work, one-on-one in your sa Come on. Wala? Okay, okay.
Nung may patient na kasi ako na makailang lingkod na, sabi niya sa akin, alam ko na lahat nito, hopeless na.
Okay. So, hopeless, right? Okay. So, exactly, just like this. No, marami ka nang pinagdaanan. Ilang beses ka na dumaan sa rehab, pero walang nangyari. So, ngayon, na parang wala kang pag-asa. Yeah, parang ganyan. Okay. So, you can reflect. Okay, feeling siya. Ano ba? Example, very common things that they will tell you. Just the words. We're not trying, just tell me the words. What do they say? And then we'll take it from there. Ano ka lang sabihin nila ng counseling? Yes.
Most sinasabi nila na ito,
Sabihin mo.
hindi naman po ako addict, hindi ko po alam po bakit ako nandito.
Okay. Okay, hindi naman ako addict. Hindi ko alam bakit ako nandito. Okay. Yes, what's the feeling? Okay. Anong feeling na kina-communicate?
Galit. Anger.
Okay, frustration. Ano pa?
Confused.
Okay. I'm sorry. Oh. You're in denial. Okay. Conversation. Okay. Yun, iwasan natin. No? Kasi passing judgment. Okay. Pwedeng nagsisinungaling siya, di ba? Nagsisinungaling. So, we're not passing judgment, right? We're not assuming. We don't know if in the moment he's being honest, really, that's how what he truly feels. We're just, even in guess natin na, ano ba ito, he's sinungaling, or he's in denial. Para bang tapos na yung conversation if you do that, di ba? Okay. So, di ba, resistant, yes. That's a sign of resistance, correct? Na resistant sa dito sa ating commitment. Basically, what he's saying, ayoko na lang intervention mo kasi hindi mo ako adik. Yan ang sinasabi niya, di ba? Okay. Okay, so ngayon, resistance yun. So sasakyan natin yun. That's what it means by rolling with resistance. Sakyan natin. I think naman, sakyan natin yun. You understand that's rolling with resistance. So how will you actually respond to that? Come on. How would you reflect that underlying feeling? Okay. Frustration. Ano yan? Liver.
So,
Tama ba yung narinig ko na sa pakiramdam mo na nandito ka dahil napilitan ka lang ba? Kaya ka nandito.
One. Another one is, so, ang sa tingin mo, dahil hindi pa namin sayang na yung oras mo dito. Sinasakyan natin, di ba? Okay. So, nasasayang na yung oras mo. Okay, so you reflect, di ba? Sayang lang. It's a waste. No? Wala naman akong kukuha dito. Di ba? Okay, so you go alongside with that, right? That's going alongside. Okay, and that's fine. No? You are actually at this level, you're just trying to reflect what he's trying to say. Okay, so effective yung reflection mo, no? Na-highlight mo yung nararamdaman. Ano sa tingin mo ang impact ng sa tao? Ano sa tingin mo?
may kumakakas.
Okay, so he is on my side. Alright, he is on my side. Okay, so, pero, of course, sa atin, pag nandar na yung pagkapisin natin, yung denial, rationalization, di ba? Sinaset aside natin. Okay? Kasi we're trying to build rapport. Kaya. Ang hope natin is to break the resistance, correct? Yeah, you cannot break the resistance pag pinupost mo. Hindi mo mag-break the resistance na pag nilay mo sa you are in denial. Okay? Hindi productive yung conversation. No? Okay. So we reflected correctly. We went alongside, we rolled with resistance, and like Gilbert said, at the end of that, maramdaman niya na you are in his side. Okay? Of course, it will not stay there, no? We're trying to build rapport. Okay? With client. Okay, so double-sided. This is the more challenging part. Yung reflection with feeling, I love that. That's my favorite. Your reflection of feeling. Kasi actually, madali lang eh. I-guess mo lang yung underlying feeling. That makes it very simple. Okay, practicein natin ang konti. Ano pa nga, kadalasan namin mo sa mga feeling? Ano sabi nila? Yes.
Ayoko pong mag-take ng medication, masasanay lang yung katawan ko dyan.
Okay. What is a good way of really reflecting that? Paraphrase? You can paraphrase that? Or what's, if you want to reflect feelings, walang tiwala, di ba? Wala sa tiwala, no? Okay. Ano pa? Wala sa tiwala doon sa medication. He doesn't trust. What else? Okay, so you can simply say, to reflect, you don't trust, you feel like this medication is not helping and you don't trust that it is good for you, right? Okay? What else? How else will you respond to that? Ivan.
You feel afraid that you will rely on your body will rely on the medication.
Okay, so, natatakot ka na itong na yung katawan mo, mabihasa lang doon sa gamot, di ba? Okay. That's actually a good opening. Because then, later on, you can relate to drug use there. Di ba? Just find a way of opening that. Okay? So, you can stay on that one. That's a good one. Okay, so the carrying a conversation, oh, pinapakalaga mo talaga yung kalusugan mo, di ba? Kasi ayaw mo na yung katawan mo mamihasa sa gamot, di ba? Oh, so that's an opening already right there, right? To create dissonance. So, ano sa tingin mo kung nasa labas? Saan gumagamit ka? Di ba? Oh, you already like create dissonance there. Sabi niya, gusto niya yung ayaw niya yung katawan niya mamihasa sa gamot. Pero kung naggamit ka sa labas, kung halimbawa, naggamit yung tao sa labas, so you can explore that. Ano sa tingin mo? Ano pakiramdam mo? Sa kahit yung sinasabi mo, something to that effect. Okay? So that's a good opening, right? Okay. So you only do that, by the way. You go there when you have built enough rapport with the client. So just take note of that. No? Maybe that's not the time to actually open the conversation because you just started talking to him. You understand? So take your time. Don't go there yet. Okay? It's called, you understand, see, the confrontation. You understand what confrontation means in traditional counseling? Psychologists. In traditional counseling, what does confrontation mean? Okay, alam natin confrontation, yung physical confrontation, a little bit harsh and rigid, right? Harsh. Okay, in traditional counseling, what does confrontation mean? This is actually where probably never get the idea. Okay, so in traditional counseling, confrontation means highlighting the contradiction between what you are saying and what you did or did doing. Do you understand? That's called confrontation in traditional counseling. In Bulgarian counseling, that's called confrontation. That's really what confrontation means in counseling. Hindi yung co-operate kita. No. Okay, highlighting. Okay, so later on, no, build mo na yung rapport, you can go back and revisit that and create confrontation. In traditional counseling, you do not do confrontation right away until you develop a good rapport with the client. It's almost very MI also, right? Okay, so di ba, ano yung confrontation nila? That's how you create discrepancy, correct? That's the term that MI use. Or that dissonance, cognitive dissonance, it's the same thing. Okay, highlighting, the contradiction between what he is actually saying now, right now, and what he has been doing before. Okay? Alright, so far, is it clear? We take it slow, so you kind of get familiar with it, comfortable with it, because we're going to practice this. Unless you understand this, what I'm saying, and kind of be able to use it and practice it. Pag practice natin, wala. Hindi magiging productive kasi hindi mo alam anong gagawin mo. You have to actually understand what I'm saying, right? Okay? Good? Alright. This is the most challenging part. Double-sided reflection. Okay? Reflecting both sides of the ambivalence that the client experiences so that the client hears both the sustained thought, miscommunication, and the change thought. We'll talk about those. Change thought. Alright? Okay. So, that made it a little confusing. What does that mean? Reflecting both sides of ambivalence. To go back to ambivalence, you understand ambivalence? Okay, so ambivalence is, okay, so magbabago na. O, pag nagbago ako, ano ang benefits noon? Diba? Anong benefits kung nagbago ako ng aking behavior? And then, ano ang cost? What do I have to give up? Anong benefits? Anong give up ko? Diba? Yun ang ambivalence, right? Okay, so that's one side of the ambivalence. The other side is, okay, pag pinagtuloy ko itong ginagawa, ano ang benefits ko pinagpatuloy ko ito? Ano kapag gamit ko ng gamot? At ano ang cost to me? Ano benefits? Ano ang cost and consequences for me? Okay, so you're reflecting both sides of the ambivalence, right? You understand? Okay, the person is in conflict whether he wants to give up drugs or not. That's the issue. Okay, so dito, kadala hindi yan ang major topic pag nasa loob na kasi hindi siya gumagamit ngayon. Ang major topic is tanggapin yung programa. Di ba? Tanggapin yung programa mo, maging bukas ka sa programa. Di ba? Cause benefit. Doon mo ma-explore yung kanilang pag-iisip na sa tingin nila, kailangan minimize ko yung aking problema. Correct? Minimize ko yung aking problema para madali ako kalabas dito. Correct? Diba? Na-assume nila na if I don't tell you, right, my real problem, okay, then it is safe for me. Correct? Okay. Because pag sinabi ko sa inyo talaga ang totoong problema ko sa buhay, baka patagalin ako dito. That's the unspoken resistance of our clients. Correct? Okay, so that's a perfect place to actually do a reflection. That conversation comes up. Okay, so, diba? Okay, so yun ang resistance na kailangan natin ma-overcome for the client to begin to actually doing the program. No? Okay. Okay, so magagamit natin ang enablement. To break that down. That can be your goal. To help the client resolve the ambivalence in the program. Alright, so sa tingin ninyo, gaano karami sa mga residente natin na ambivalent about being in a program because of that? Ilang how many percent? Gaano kadami? Because yun din yan, yung ambivalence nila na pag naging matapat ako dito sa programa, baka tumugal ako.
90%. 90.
Okay. Yung mga bagong dating dito, di ba? Yun ang initial na resistance kailangan mo. Correct? Okay. So, para useful talaga, productive yung counseling mo. Siguro doon ka mag-focus na to overcome yung resistance na. Kasi once ma-overcome yun, okay na takbo nila, di ba? Diba? In other words, yung biting nila din sa piso, tataas kapag na-overcome yung resistance na yun. Tama? Do you agree with that? Pag na-overcome na yung resistance ba nila, na baka pag ako mag-limit ako talaga sa sarili ko, sinabi ko sa inyo, ano talaga ang problema ko, baka magtagal ako dito. Yun ang resistance. Tama, sabi nyo nga, yung bago mga paso, halos karamihan sa kanila. Okay, the majority, the large majority rather, ay ganoon ang pag-iisip. Tama? Tama? Okay. So, gaano katagal sa ating programa bago na actually ma-overcome yung resistance na yun? So, tingin ninyo. Gaano katagal? Okay. Ayaw, okay. Alright. But on an average, 2 months? Ano sa tingin niyo, bago na overcome yung ganong pag-iisip na kailangan, I cannot tell you exactly ano yung problema ko dahil wala sa tiwala o natatakot sa mga pinag-isip. Gaano, how
For example, we are handling adolescent clients. Meron yung time na yung halos buong yung grupo ay cooperative na tapos accepting na sila. Kaya lang meron isang client dyan na nagtatagal na kami nagsisession sa kanila. Pag tinatanong mo, lagi pa rin yan sinasabi sa akin na hindi ako gumamit. So I will be setting an example. Like for example, may topic kasi kami dyan, Doc, nun na sa English yung the relationship of cause and effect. So tatanong, nag-share yung mga kagrupo niya. And then nung mapupunta sa kanya, lalo yung sinasabi, hindi naman talaga kasi ako gumamit atin. So ang naging setup dun ang naging setting dun sa classroom namin is pagka umiikot na yung nag-share na sila, siya hindi nag-share. So, pagtatanungin mo, ba't gumamit ka? Ganito hanggang sa lumalim na yung discussion namin, naging very open na yung iba. And then, the following day, nung magle-lesson kami, magugulat, hindi naman the following day, mga ilang sessions pa to, biglang nag-open up na lang siya na inamin din niya na gumamit siya sa akin. Niloloko mo ako, tapos magtatawanan kami. Hanggang sa naging honest din siya. I think Doc, isa din na factor bakit mas nawawala yung feeling na yung nga yung ambivalence nila is that kung nakita din nilang safe yung environment and then kung nakita din nila na confident na yung mga brothers nila na mag-open up, na may nag-build na rin tong trust, that was the time wherein mas na-encourage sila na maging honest tungkol dun sa sitwasyon ko.
Good. Okay, so, yes, honest, yung nagdadala sila yung grupo, no? Sila yung matatak. So, what I'm referring to is how common yung resident ng pagpasok yun ang pinagpapaliti na kailangan itago ko talaga yung aking tunay na problema. Kasi, pag sinabi ko nga yung problema ko, bakit mag-alakal? Common ba yan? Nakikita. Okay, Philip.
Especially kapag nasa yung parang common theme na talagang pino-project ko first 2 months lang.
So, yung first two months, okay ba yun? Okay. Now, good. Good. So, maybe that's the target, no? The focus of our counseling, no? Where we can use this to, ang goal natin is to overcome that resistance. Di ba? Kasi, anong nangyayari? Once they overcome the resistance, let's say, no, pumasok tiwala nila na, okay, so hindi mo pala ganun yun. Natagagal ako dito dahil yung honest ako. Okay, so ano nangyayari once that resistance is, breaks down? Ano yung response ng resident? They become more open, di ba? Okay. They become more open and they respond better to the program. Okay, maybe yun ang goal natin, no? That would be our target of our intervention. To make it really very productive. See, in my mind, no? I always think of yung length of treatment. That's why I'm opposed to keeping people very long in EMU. Kasi wala masyadong intervention sa EMU eh. Diba? Tapos you're expecting people to move up in the program. Tumaas yun. Well, binuo mo siya sa EMU. Wala pa siyang intervention doon. So, so sa akin, move them to the regular program. That's one. So, ano ang dapat natin i-overcome? Anong klaseng resistance yun yan, no? Yung maging matapat sila ang talagang tunay na story nila. Kasi once ma-overcome nila yun, magiging matapat sila at saka more responsive sila sa programa. Right? So, in terms of strategy ba, of where we are going to deploy yung MI, I think doon sa first 2 months. Correct? Kasi di ba sinabi natin na once na nasa action na yung tao, hindi mo na kailangan MI yan. Ang hindi MI yung focus ba ng counseling nyo. Yung pagka-MI style mo, pwede mong gamitin yan kahit nasaan na yung residente. What I'm talking about as a form of intervention, as a counseling approach to our client. So, we deploy MI dun sa first 2 months to overcome nga yung resistance nila. Don't use the word denial. I would use this resistance. Kasi pag denial, parang stigmatizing. Di ba? Okay, so overcome that resistance. Right? So, kasi pag ma-expedite ba yung treatment nila, sa akin ba,
Wala pang treatment yan unless they buy into the program. Di ba? Kaya na anong gawin mong intervention, hindi yan mabisa kasi he's not buying in. He's not believing that this is going to help them. Di ba? Okay, so but once they buy in into the program, marami siya makukuha sa programa. So kadalasan sabi nyo nga, malapit ang lumabas. Ganun pa rin ang pag-iisip niya. So, yung taong ngayon, walang nakuha yun sa programa. Maybe meron din. Pero, not enough ba? Hindi sapat na makakatulong sa kanya talaga na mapatuloy niya yung pagiging drug-free paglabas niya, di ba? Okay. Maliwanag ka. So, ganun siguro ang strategy natin. And yun ang goal natin, yun ang target natin. Right? Okay. Yes. Gilbert.
May I also add na itong mga to is karamihan sa kanila galing ng jail and they have been into trial for a long time. Ang may mga na-form na itong mga narratives na tinulong siguro ng kanilang mga abogado, mga lawyers nila na ito yung sasabihin mo. Ang akala nila extension ito ng court trial nila. Kaya that's why nga, yun tama yung sabi mo, Doc, na yun nga, paano natin i-break sa kanila yung ating program, paano natin introduce yung program siguro ng mas maayos na hindi ito kasali doon sa nila sa akala nila from court ay may kasalanan sila, na-court sila, nakulong sila, makukulong na naman, parang extension ito ng kanilang parusa. So that's why nga napaka-important na i-orient natin sila na iba ito doon sa nakasanayan na nilang narrative nila sa court.
Doc, yung pong experience naman ng mga doctors, medyo mas hirap kaming makuha yung rapport nila. Kasi, alam na lang kami ang nagdidii sa kanila, kaya sila napasok sa loob. Kaya medyo mas hirap po yung mga doctors doon. Kasi, sa DDE pa lang, sabihin nila hindi sila gumamit, ganyan-ganyan. Pero may mga techniques kami para mapaamin sila. Or kahit hindi pa sila umamin, madedetect namin sa kanilang mga responses sa mga questions kung talagang may addiction or may talagang substance use. So, ang feeling nila, yung responses nila sa amin, magiging evidence against them sa kanilang case. Although sinasabi namin na hindi na ito magagamit sa case, pero magagamit to para makita ko ano appropriate na management sa substance use disorder nila. Pero kasi, na-form na kasi sa utak nila dahil dun, ito una, mga sinabi sa akin na mismong lawyers nila sa PAW ang nagsasabi sa kanila na huwag mo sasabihin yung ganito, ganito lang lagi. Kinausap ko na yung ibang friends ko na PAW about that. Tapos, meron din mga turo sa kanila ng mga kasama nila sa jail na huwag mong sasabihin to kung hindi mai-inpatient rehab ka. Gamitin mo, sabihin mo marami kang anak, iyakan mo para maawa yung nagdididi sa'yo, ganon. So, ayun po. So, syempre, pag nahuhuli namin sila, parang ang agad sa amin is against kami sa kanila. Yun po. So, medyo mahirap yung kaya yung rapport, mas inaasa namin sa mga stick pag nasa loob sila.
Okay. So, yeah, yung mga, again, they have a preconceived notion. Okay? Which actually reinforces yung ambivalence or resistance towards the program. Di ba? Okay. So, misinformation yun eh. So, we have a big hurdle to overcome really initially with them. Okay. So what does that mean in terms of programming? Okay. So we have this technology. Am I right? The other one, I was telling Pons kanina na siguro we have to review yung emotional interview. Right? So sabi ko sa kanya, i-videotape yung get a case pa of how you actually do it. Don't change it. It's just the way you actually do it. And then tape it, tape record it. Just erase, blur the faces. para we are not breaking any confidentiality. And then send me the video, and then, I want to see that and see if I have some input in how we can make it better. So that's one tool we can look at and make it really more aligned with our effort to overcome, no? Yung mga preconceived notion nila, yung resistance and ambivalence. And then, i-deploy natin yung MI style natin at the same time during the AMU period. Okay? Okay, so, hopefully, like our goal is to really help them, adapt or adjust to the program, accept it, be open to it, earlier in treatment. Kasi kukunti lang yung time ninyo It's very short. So, we have to be more efficient in using our technology. Di ba? More efficient to whatever time you have to spend with them, to rehabilitate them. Talagang ma-maximize natin yung time. Okay? Otherwise, we will not make any impact. Di ba? Yes, Roman.
Yun naman sir, yung after, kunyari, nadidiin namin na severe na sila. So, syempre malungkot sila, na ipapasok sila sa loob. Pero once na nasa loob naman na sila, parang nagkakaroon na sila ng learned helplessness. Na kahit magsinungaling kami, wala na kaming magagawa, andi dito na, hindi na magbabago desisyon ng korte. So, talagang yung mga first 2 months talaga, yun yung na sila na sige, makipag-cooperate na lang, ganun po. Meron naman po. May mangilan-ngilan lang po talaga na all throughout talagang in denial talaga.
What I'll do is I'll assume that everyone at that point, early on, have that ambivalence. Di ba? Yung iba, less. Yung iba, higher. Di ba? So, it will still okay. Di ba? Yung very little na yung resistance niya, natanggap niya talaga na dito siya. Next step niya is tanggapin niya yung programa. Ganun talagang programa, di ba? Hindi yung natanggap niya na nandito siya. Kasi hindi yun enough to make him change. Kasi pag tinanggap na nandito siya, pero siguro sa isip niya, di ba, silbihan ko na lang yung time ko dito. Di ba? Magsisilbi na lang ako ng time. Okay, natanggap ko na nandito ako. Hintayin ko na lang yung time ko. Hindi rin yun, di ba? Hindi sapat yun para may makuha sila sa programa. So, we bring it to another level na kailangan, hindi mo lang tinanggap dito ka, kundi open ka na, matuto ka dito sa programa. May makuha ka dito sa programa. Yun ang goal natin, no? Kasi ang tawag namin doon, dinay-jail lang yung dinay-jail lang yung programa. I know, marami dyan, 6 months lang naman. Kaya pangit yung yung dapat open-ended ba? Although there is an understanding na, sana masabihan mo yung na, keep it open-ended, although, we have an understanding na kapag sa tingin namin, pwede na lumabas siya, kahit na 6 months, 7 months, kasi meron naman dyan talaga na, na talagang very light yung drug use, na dali lang siya, no? Okay? And maganda ang response sa programa, hindi mo kailangan buruhin yun sa programa, di ba? Okay, so ganun, dapat open-ended but with understanding na ano yung range ng treatment time natin, 6 months or 12 months. Kasi kapag sinabi mo sa mga resident, counterproductive yun eh. Hihintayin niya na lang yung panahon niya matapos, wala sa mag-focus sa programa. Yeah? Okay. So, when I was in there, we were lucky to have a judge who was like that. What I'm telling you. It's open-ended. You know what they would tell the clients? Depende yan dun sa depende dun sa staff. Yun ang sasabihin niya. Hindi ko alam whether, gaano katagal dun sila magde-decide sa'yo. Pero may understanding yun, ano yung range ng programming namin. Kasi magastos yung private program kami. Di ba? Na, pag tumatagal, malaking gastos yun. Okay? So, may understanding na kami na, at that time, ang maximum is 2 years. 2 years, no? So, hindi alam yun ng mga mandated clients. Ang tawag namin ng mandated clients, kung gaano sila. Voluntary client, ganun din. Hindi niya sinasabihan kung anong length of time. Sabihin niya, depende yun sa staff nung there. Yun ang magandang arrangement, no? So pagpasok, walang masyado ba na yung mga resistance na, no? Hintayin ko na lang yung sentensya ko matapos. Alam nila na depende sa kanyang progress. So nakakatulong yun sa adjustment nila sa program. Okay? Okay, so ibang reality nyo eh. Yun ang, marami kayong mga hurdles na talagang kailangan ma-overcome. Yung sistema is not, contributes to that problem, di ba? So, mas challenging, no? Tapos, maiksi pa yung panahon. Okay? Alright, so that's our reality. But anyway, but at that time, we don't have MI. Ngayon, meron na tayong MI. Ang dami yung mga intervention na pwedeng gamitin. Gamitin lang natin yun wisely. Kailangan merong direction. Paano, saan natin gagamitin yun? Di ba? Ano ang goal natin? Hindi lang yung gagamitin natin yan, ganyan. Pero, wala namang talagang like specific application, no? What we are trying to accomplish. Hindi yung, it's enough to say na, evidence practice kami rito, ginagamit namin ito, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No. No, it's not meant to be like that. Okay? Apply it. In other words, it has a room in our programming. Okay? All right. Question? Double-sided? Okay, so let's spend a little more time on that. Okay, so example of double-sided reflection. After trying to quit many times and failing, you feel like giving up, and yet you wonder if you could try something different. And yet, right? Double-sided. Okay. More information. Double-sided reflection. The information the client shares is like two sides on a set weighing scale. The benefit and the cost, of that change for the individual. Reflect this back to the patient using their words and phrases. Okay, another setup is on the one hand, okay, blah, 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 and on the other hand, blah, blah, blah. Okay? If you can master it that way, you can set it up that way, fine. Okay, on one hand, you really want to do something different. On the other hand, right, you have some concern about what it would take for you to really complete this program. Something to that effect. Two sides of the ambivalence, right? One side of ambivalence is the willingness to try, and the other side is doubts, right? Reservations or concern that mamaya hindi niya kaya, o mamaya, hindi niya siya maging successful. Okay? That's two-sided reflections. Okay? Di ba, ang ambivalence, if they're ambivalent, there are two sides of it all the time. Right? One is openness to try, and the other one is concern about failure or not working or whatever. Right? Okay. So, resist the temptation to add any additional benefits that you thought of. Do not add anything, if it's not coming from the client. So your two-sided reflection will be based on what the client is actually saying. Don't innovate and add things that you wanna hear. Underpin with emphatic statement, I can see that is a real dilemma for you. Right? To come into the program and buy into the program. That must be really tough. Leave a pause for contemplation. So after you reflected, right, use double-sided, pause. Or every time you make a reflection, right, give a little pause in there to let it sink in. Okay. Resist judgment or opinion, and remember, your non-verbal body language. Okay, so important, and all the time when you are doing this session is what are your body language, right? Be aware of that as well. Okay. Client, this is an example of double-sided reflection. Client, I know that I made a mistake, but the hoops they are making me jump through are ridiculous. Ibig sabihin yun, oh, nagkamali ako. Pero yung pinapagawa nila sa akin, ay halos, okay, napakahirap or hindi ko na maintindihan or hindi ko maintindihan, mahirap, challenging, or wala nang kasaysayan. Right? Wala namang kasaysayan na yung pinapagawa sa akin. So, nagkamali ako, pero yung pinapagawa nila sa akin, wala namang kasaysayan. Okay? Counselor, you made a mistake and it sounds like you feel badly about that. But you also think that people are asking you to do too much. Perfect, right? So, two-sided reflection. Okay? So, nagkamali ka, malaking pagkakamali mo, okay, and, you're sorry dun sa nangyari, pero yung mga pinapagawa sa iyo, masyadong napakahirap. Okay, so, that would be two-sided reflection, right? Alright, so, we are going to practice. Okay. Di ba? Sabi nga nila, practice makes perfect. Okay, so we will practice. Alright, triads. I will keep this here. Triads, no? So, each one of you in the triad, ano ibig sabihin ng triad? 3 tao. So, each one of you will actually take turns in saying, living with HIV is, okay, blah, blah, blah. Magdagdag ka, no? Alright. Living with HIV is challenging. Living with HIV is etc., etc. Whatever, right? So, you take turn in doing that. Now, yung listener, okay? Yung listener, you take turns, no? Siguro, okay. So, ang first magre-reflect the counselor on the right. Tapos yan naman mamaya magsasabi ng, okay, it's living with HIV is blah, 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 right? And then yung next person to the right will do the reflection, okay? All right, so until the 3 of you are able to actually do that and make the reflection. Okay, so that's going to be what the idea. The speaker responds briefly to each statement beyond yes or no. The next reflection, okay. So magre-respond yung speaker, okay? Make a statement without that yes or no. You can just affirm, not affirm, rephrase or whatever doon sa respond, no? Okay, so we are not gonna do that. Next reflection takes on new information. It gets very confusing, okay? All right, so the task is, okay, 3 kayo. Each one will take turn in saying, living with HIV is, okay? Or we can change that if you want. HIV is not a big issue there, right? Here, right? No? Okay, so let's change that. Let's make it like applicable to our environment. What would be a good substitute to that? No, this is actually the client. Okay, what would the client say? No. Okay, use something that we encounter, no? With what the clients normally would say if you're working. So we'll make it like more true to our environment. Kapalitan natin yung living with HIV. Being in the program, how about that? Okay, being here, okay, being here, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so, example, being here, what? What would the client say? Habang nandito ako, namimiss ko ang aking pamilya. Okay? Habang nandito ako, hindi ko mapatuloy ang pag-aaral ko. Habang nandito ako, wala akong trabaho. Ang dami, di ba? O, marami na ako. Binigyan ko na tuloy kayo ng mga ideya. Okay, got it? Each one will practice that. Now, the person on the right, tatlo yung kayo, nakaupo dyan, no? The person on the right is going to make that reflection. Remember, it says that. Okay? Listener takes turn guessing what the speaker means by using reflected statements. Guessing. Di ba? And then reflecting. Okay. You can actually do a reflection of feelings if you want. You know? Okay? You got it? Okay. And then the next one will do the same thing. Okay? Yun lang. We'll keep it simple that way. We'll not do the last one. Down there. Only practicing reflection. Okay. So, form a triad. Form a triad. Take turn, no? Okay. Huwag kalimutan yung statement na habang nandito ako sa programa, blank, blank, blank. Okay? Person on the right is going to reflect, right? And then, okay, after that, that person na nag-reflect is going to say that thing. And then the next person will reflect until everybody has done the task. Okay, let's go. Okay. Are you having fun? You should be having fun. Okay, now, let's talk about how easy it was. Was it? Yeah, madali lang, di ba? Yeah, very easy. Okay. Sino ang nahirapan at bakit mahirap? Let's talk about that. See, who found it challenging? Okay, makinig tayo sa ating mga kapatid.
Okay po, tama po na parang madali lang sa umpisa yung gumawa ng reflection. Ang medyo mahirap na part is yung follow-up mo dun sa reflection.
What's the next step? Oh, okay. So you build on that. Depende sa respond ng client. Okay, so the client, after that, no, mag-respond yung client, no? And then sometimes kung shoot yung ano mo, yung reflection mo, dadagdagan ng client yun. Mag-elaborate siya. Yan din yan. Kung saktong-sakto yung reflection mo, kasi ang pakiramdam niya, oh wow, naintindihan talaga ako ni sir. O naintindihan ako ni ma'am. So, magsasalita pa yan. Bibigyan ka pa more information. That would be the common response to that. And that's exactly what we are trying to accomplish. To give us more, and more. Tandaan mo, don't forget, ang purpose ng reflection is to make the client feel na talagang naiintindihan mo siya in a different level. Kasi pag ang pakiramdam niya, naiintindihan mo siya in a different level, mas maraming ibibigay sa iyo yan. Di ba? Oh, so, yung kumpiyansa niya sa'yo, tumataas. Yung trust niya sa'yo, magtaas. Kaya naiintindihan ako eh. Naiintindihan siya. Hindi mo siya ino-oppose. Hindi mo siya na-challenge. Di ba? So, mainggan nyo siyang magsalita na magsalita. The thing with that is once a client like starts talking, no, nagbukas yan, parang dami na nabuksan ba? Tuloy-tuloy na yan. Ang problema is to get to that point. So itong ginagawa natin, strategy lang yan to try to open that door. Right? To open that door and share to us, more information. Okay? You understand? So, once magsalita na yun, magsalita, and give you a lot more and more and more. Unti-unti. Yung resistance yan, ambivalence about the program, bumababa. Before you know it, ito na, he buys into the program. Okay? Kasi sa pakiramdam niya, may nakakaintindi sa kanya. At ikaw, nasa side ka niya. Di ba? Ganun dapat. Okay. Anything, other experience, observation. Ano ang pinakamahirap na parte nito? Yes, Dr. M.
Doc, somehow, kapag hindi ka pa nakapag-build ng rapport sa patient, medyo risky din po siya. Kasi once i-paraphrase mo o kaya i-reflect mo yung feelings ng patient at nagkamali ka, may tendency kasi na pwedeng maging resistant yung patient.
Okay. Pwede rin siya i-correct ka?
Yes po, Doc.
Okay. Okay, so...
Pero there are some patients, Doc, na ganun po. Diba?
Oo. Less yung tendency niya na maging resistance pa. Kasi hindi niya nararamdaman na antagonistic ka sa kanya, di ba? Na careful ka, na sinecheck mo o pinapakinggan mo yung sinasabi niya, di ba? So, yung mga, pag ganun na pakaramdam niya, magkamali ka ng reflection, it's okay. Iko-correct ka niyan. Hindi po ma'am, ibig ko sabihin. Ganun na sabihin. Hindi po ma'am, okay lang yun. O sige. Pakaliwanag mo sa akin na maigi. Encourage, okay, tell me more. I'm sorry, ano yung na-miss ko? Okay, you can explore that. Okay. All right. Anything else? Yes, Dr. Jiao.
Dahil dito sa activity na to, Doc, na-realize ko, ang hirap din palang maging listener. Kasi, having in mind yung kailangan ko na bang mag-reflection of feeling, mag-double-sided. Kasi nga, Siyempre po, inano nyo po yun eh, nire-replay nyo eh. Hindi pa po siya ganun ka-spontaneous kasi nga bago pa lang
Yes.
po. So, siguro, at first, magkakaroon ng konting difficulty po doon, but as
Yes.
you go along at
Mahasa ka.
maghahasa ka na po, you're skilled enough.
Exactly.
Siguro, very spontaneous na po
Magiging
yan.
natural response. Okay. Okay, so yung iba sa inyo was trying double-sided. You cannot do double-sided. We're only presenting one side, di ba? Okay. So the intention is really for you to practice reflection. But if you did paraphrasing, reflection of feelings, okay na yon. Yun ang pinapractice natin dito, no? Even with those two, it's okay, you know? I know it's struggle for you to do the double-sided. And you cannot do double-sided kapag hindi talaga sinabi niya ano yung ambivalence. Minsan, hindi naman niya in-state yung ambivalence. But if you can hear ambivalence, no, na ang tawag natin no, nagdadalawang isip, di ba? Nagdadalawang isip siya, perfect. Then you set up that. You can set up yung double-sided. Okay. Maganda yung observation ni Dr. Jalen, no? Parang, iniisip ko, anong technique yung gagawin? Ano kaya? Iniisip ko, so a point na hindi na spontaneous yung response mo. Hindi dapat ganun. So, ngayon para bang we're trying to learn how to drive. Ganun lang yun, no? Hindi pa natin ma-steady yung steering wheel. Pupunta sa left, pupunta sa right. Okay lang yun. Kailangan lang ang practice, no? So, we're having, you know, we're gonna have a lot of practice. Kasi alam ko pag hindi na nag-practice, makakalimutan nyo eh. Di ba? Nag-training na kayo ng MI doon dati. Tama yung training nyo online, di ba? Online. Tama? Di ba? So, nakalimutan nyo na yung mga natutunan nyo kaagad kasi hindi nyo na-practice. So, the more you practice, the more you remember, di ba? Maaalala mo. Ano yun, no? Yun ang you know, you can mahirap ang MI, okay, to begin with. Hindi talaga madali gawin. Madaling intindihin ano ang MI, naintindihan mo, pero yung actual application, yung challenge, di ba? Okay, so, hindi sapat yun na alam mo ang MI, na naintindihan mo ang MI. No? Hindi yun. Don't stop there. The idea is for you to actually put it to practice. Okay? So, sabi ko nga sa inyo, kapag ikaw na naggamay mo to, pati yung interaction mo sa mga residente, magiging more MI. No? Okay? Kahit na sinisilip mo na yung residente, medyo MI pa rin yung style mo. Di ba? Pwede man yun eh. Na sinisilip mo yung residente, pero di ba hindi ka masyadong harsh na you're always like a tractor or a tank, no? All the time. Oh, you're more motivating. There'll be more responsive pag gano'n, di ba? Okay, so the goal is for us to establish better rapport with our clients, right? I mean, not just your own caseload, but if we can establish good, you know, rapport with all the clients inside, di ba? You'll be more effective, no? Kahit hindi mo sila caseload, pag in-address mo sila sa ugali nila, open sila sa iyo. Di ba? Kasi alam niya, naiintindihan mo sila. Di ba? So, kung yung style natin, responsive yung mga residente sa atin. Watch, no? Pagpasok mo doon, ako, ano na yan? Oh, pwede pa ka lang makausap, ganyan. Di ba? Oh. Kasi maganda yung rapport mo sa kanila. Di ba? Hindi lang, you don't have to actually flaunt your position, flaunt your power, di ba? You don't have to do that. Di ba sinuturo ko sa inyo di ba sinasabi ko sa inyo, dalawang klaseng identification nila sa inyo. One identification is identification your position. It's called positional identification. They identify with you because of your position and the power you have over them. That is positional identification. That basically it's based on fear. Na si Sir ay pwede akong i-shut down or you know what I'm saying? He has power over me. He can make me stay longer. He can, you know, cause me to be shut down by a position. That is positional identification. what we're trying to promote is what we call personal identification. Anong kaibahan ng personal identification? Na si Sir ay naiintindihan ako. Di ba? Na si Sir, ay madaling kausapin. Di ba? At si Sir, fair yan, no? Okay? At si Sir, naku, kahit ganun yan, no? Nakikinig yan, pero, without ka, no? Kasi pag ikaw nagkamali, bibigay niya sa iyo yan. But he is fair, he is firm, he is consistent, no? Wala siyang favoritism. Di ba? Oh. Di ba? Ganun dapat ang perception niya. So, that is personal identification, right? Na yung good sides mo, na-identify nila. Naku, okay yan si Sir. Yung role model ko yan talaga si Sir. Kasi, naintindihan niya ako, madalis ang kausapin, fair siya, di ba? And I feel safe with him. That is personal identification. Right? Yung positional is based on fear. So, how do you want to be perceived by the clients? Huh? What do you prefer? Personal. Kasi more effective yun. No? Minsan iniisip natin, baka pasyadong pag ganun gawin ko, pakakatingin nila, malambot ako masyado. Di ba? Yun ang kaagad iniisip natin. No. You have more influence in their behavior if there is personal identification. You have more influence. Pakikinggan ka niya. Not just because he is afraid, because he trusted you. That you meant well for him. Di ba? Okay. Okay, so, yun ang ating goal. For them to perceive us as really role models, somebody to look up to. And emulate your positive, the positive things that they see in you. That's powerful. Especially with adolescents. You will not have any problem with correcting them, no? Because they will listen. I think it works with the same thing with adults, di ba? Okay? All right. So, okay ba? Question? Yes, Philip.
Gusto ko lang i-share yung realization ko, Doc. Sa activity natin, na-realize ko na yung MI, hindi lang po siya actually yung pakikinig lang. Nandun din yung to verify kung nakukuha mo kung ano yung gusto niya sabihin. Kasi personally, Doc, parang meron yung preconceived notion ko na tawag dito? Parang nandun yung feeling na may takot baka magkamali ako ng masabi at hindi ko makapture yung totoo. So yung parang inhibition on my part na parang nagpapahirap sa akin kung bakit mahirap gawin yung MI. So in our group kanina, na-realize ko na kahit pala magkamali ka, pwede mong i-verify. So sa part ng client, hindi siya ma-offend actually. Kumbaga tama yung sinabi mo, Doc, na i-correct ka niya and mag-e-elaborate pa siya. So from there, parang yung feeling ni patient na ang akala mo baka mali ka ganun, parang andun yung feeling na naiintindihan niya ako, interesado siyang malaman yung side ko. Parang ganun po.
Yes, that's what the impact is, no? If we practice yung mga techniques na yun, the outcome will be the client feel like naiintindihan mo talaga siya. Okay, so sabi nga, Philip, na okay lang magkamali kasi hindi naman tayo perfecto eh. Pero there is a chance to correct yung perception natin, di ba? Whereas yung kung without MI, nagkamali na tayo ng pagkaintindi, hindi natin alam, mali pala yung pagkaintindi natin. Dito na verify natin, di ba? Okay. What? Anything else? Yes.
Ano lang po, nakaka-relate po ako dun sa difficulty in employing MI actually to patients. So, if I may just share, yung una ko pong na-encounter si MI, so I found it ang maganda. Kaya ang ginawa ko, pinractice ko siya sa mga office mates and friends. So, para pagdating ko sa patient, medyo pulido na siya. So, ayun, pero hindi nila alam na pinapraktisan ko pala sila. Like, in very casual conversation, ginagamitan ko siya ng MI very casually. Mga casual lang, mga regular nga conversations, saan tayo kakain, ganun. And then, pag feeling ko mali yung sarili ko, kino-correct ko na inside my head ang sarili ko. So, pagdating sa patient, medyo pulido na po. So, we can do the same maybe.
Okay. Pwede rin gawin ng mga ladies to. Pag may lumiligaw sa kanila. MI mo sila. Hindi niya alam, MI mo na yung ano mo. Yung lumiligaw sa'yo. Di ba? Oh. And, tell me more about that. You have beautiful eyes. You have beautiful eyes. Tell me more, tell me more. Okay. Seriously. Diba? No, casual conversation, diba? With your friends. So you wanna understand a little bit more what they're saying. Oh, you mean you said this? Pwede mo gamitan ng double-sided yan. Diba? Oh. Mamaya yung kausap mo, kaibigan mo na pala yun, na-fall in love na sa'yo. Nasa MI mo. Biglang nagka-crush sa'yo, bigla, oh. Aba, effective pala yung MI, ah. Nag-fall in love siya, oh. Ay, nako. No. You can, yeah, even casual, a conversation, friendship. Lalo yung mga kaibigan nyo na they're going through changes, di ba? Oh, nag-break ako sa boyfriend ko. Tama. Ngayon, meron ka ng technique. Pwede mo na i-process. Di ba? Oh. Okay. Double-sided. I know you're in love. On the other hand, wala naman trabaho yan eh. Alright. Double-sided, di ba? Okay. So, I'm glad you're having fun with it. Yes, Dr. Jelen.
Doc, sa EMU kasi wala, siguro ano ko lang to insight kung okay lang sa ating mga caseload. Kasi wala po kaming caseload sa EMU pa lang. So, baka po magkaroon na kami with the help of our caseload. And then, siguro, Doc, mag-MI na doon pa lang sa EMU po. I mean, kasi more on, iba po kasi yung approach namin sa EMU po. So, why not doing more MI sa EMU level pa lang para sa ganon, more or less maano mo yung ano nila yung kung may ambivalence sila or kung may hesitancy pa sila to really work in the program. So, yung mga ganun po. So, siguro po may konting babaguhin po sa part ng EMU.
Yeah. In fact, even, remember the emotional interview? If we can actually convert the whole process into MI. I know yung residente ang naggumagawa nun, no? Pero, by role modeling behavior, ba? Susundan kayo niyan, mamaya, marunong na rin sila mag-MI. You'll never, yeah, diba? Oh. Kasi gagayahin ka niyan eh. Gagayahin ka ng, so, when you're leading yung emotional interview, gamitin mo ng MI style. Diba? Kasi, diba, if you connect with the client dun sa emotional interview using MI, para, yung resistance niya ba, bababa, diba? And you get more. Yun ang goal natin, to use it, especially in the early stages of counseling. So, tutukan natin, di ba? Yung using it. The goal is to overcome yung resistance nila sa programa. At they actually learn to use the program to benefit themselves. Okay? All right. Questions, comments? What do you think? Is this helpful for you?
Yes po, Doc. Siguro po in a sense na of course mas makakapag-open up po sa'yo si patient. Mas may kilala mo siya and at the same time mas mafe-feel niya po yung tulad po ng sinabi niyo, Doc, na mas mafe-feel niya talagang nasa safe environment siya, may kumakampi sa kanya. And syempre as caseload manager po, yun naman po yung pinakagusto natin to help the patient po.
So, hindi natin intention na kampihan sila, okay? Alright, so, the thing is, that's how they feel. Okay? That's how they feel. Hindi yun intention na kampihan natin sila. But if you can make them feel na you are on their side, without you even intending to, you have achieved something, right? Okay, so that is more helpful. Alright? Okay. Question, comments, jokes? Hindi yung jokes, okay? Hindi, MI yun eh.
Doc, comment.
Okay.
Doc.
Okay.
Hi, Doc.
Go
I'd
ahead.
like to comment. Doc, with regards dun sa experience ko with MI, sa tatlong kagrupo kanina, dalawa pala, sorry. Doc, siguro ang experience ko na very helpful na naintindihan ko is, parang avoid giving parang advices during the conversation kasi napapangunahan mo yung client dun sa kanilang problem. And ayun, also i-validate mo yung feelings nila at saka affirmation din siguro after them telling their problems. Kasi yung napansin ko minsan parang napiprejudge natin yung client with regards to before even they say their problem. And during the conversation, minsan or after yung nagbibigay ka ng advice, parang hindi na-illuminate ko ano yung talagang problem nila kasi understanding yung about sa problem ng client.
Okay. So, thank you, Nico. Good point, no? Yung tendency natin na mag-advise, nag-EMI tayo tapos we end up giving an advice. No. That's not the whole idea. Remember what the whole idea of MI is for the client to find the answer for their problem themselves. Not our advice, but they realize or they find the problem themselves. That's the goal, okay, of this. Because kung advice, it's coming from you. Nanggagaling sa'yo, wala siyang ownership for it, di ba? And whatever, even though it's a good advice, if they actually do not buy into it, hindi gagawin yun. They're not invested in it. Because that's coming from you. But if they realize it, they're likely to do it. Okay, that's the whole idea. So advice giving is not advisable because of that. Because advice giving is an assumption that you really understand completely ano yung problema ng tao. Di ba? And then, based on MI, that's not always true. Kasi kadalasan, yung advice natin, based yun sa atin, what worked for us, di ba? Kung ano yung effective sa atin. Pero what is effective for you might not be applicable dun sa ating kliyente. Di ba? Iba ang reality nila, di ba? Iba yung pinagdaanan nila, di ba? Yun ang iniintindi natin. Ano ang reality mo? Anong pinagdaanan mo? And based on that, guide them to actually find the answer for their problems. As opposed to you telling them what is best for them. Okay? So really, we have to change that attitude. It's called the writing reflex, di ba? Our tendency to, okay, let's correct that. I know the answer to that. Very often, clients will wait for you and say, Sir, ano gagawin ko? Di ba? Ano sa tingin mo gagawin ko, sir? So instead of you giving the answer, explore that with the client. Di ba? Okay. Yes, Dr. John.
Doc, may mga instances po kasi na may mga patient na sadyang mahirap makaintindi. I mean, they have these learning disabilities, ADHD. So, since you've said that before entering into an MI, you should have a high level of awareness po. So,
Especially the counselor.
Yes po.
Okay.
So, Doc, ano po kaya yung ganun, sir? Yung may mga problems sila. Like for example, yung sa psychological evaluation conducted by the psychologist. So, meron sila talagang mga very low IQ up to the level na talagang hindi sila nakakaintindi din talaga. So how are we going to go about with this
Okay.
patients po?
Hindi naman sila completely limited lang ang cognitive nila, but they're able to verbalize, right? Okay. So in instances na medyo slow learner, no, just break it down, keep it simple, and slow down. Okay, simple. Okay. And you know, kahit na paano may feelings din naman sila, di ba? May nararamdaman sila. I just see I can see the struggle there, Dr. Jelen. But like I said, try your best. Just simplify yung words, yeah. And then you know, you can still use the same technique, but it's not gonna be easy. I understand that because yung processing ng brain nila is a little different, di ba? Oh, okay, but you know, kung nagre-respond sila sa programa, they're capable of doing that. Meron din silang capacity, di ba? Oh, yeah. It sounded like this is like, it's more complicated for us really than for the client. It is complicated for us, di ba? We are not asking anything from the clients to do. All we're asking is for the client to give us information. That's right. And the rest depends on us, on our technique in the application of this to get more information and honest information from the client. Okay? If you can just actually develop positive relationship with those clients, that's a good start, Dr. Jelen. Right? And then beginning to trust you. Okay? Hopefully, you know, their level of cognitive ability will begin to increase when they feel safe in the environment. Right? Seriously, you know, they're very sensitive to threats, them, you know, and the slightest threat, they shut down, okay, these clients. So they're sensitive to that kind of pressure, the stress, probably they're traumatized. And hopefully when they begin to feel really safe in this environment, their level of functioning will increase. I know it will increase. They use TC in psychiatric wards, Dr. Jelen, in UK, right? And they found that those people in the psychiatric ward using the TC, their level of functioning increased. They become more active, they become more productive. So we can actually create an environment where their level of functioning gets better, right? And probably, you know, when the level of functioning increases or gets better because they feel safe, you will get more responses from them. Okay. Let's see. All right. Okay. Dr. Romel.
Hello. Doc, kasi po, since implemented yung interpret sa loob po, sa residential, ang alam ko po yung interpret, meron po yung mga inclusion and exclusion criteria. So, they are group, tapos yung pasok sa inclusion at labas sa pasok sa inclusion at hindi excluded dun sa exclusion criteria, sila dapat yung member ng group na mag-undergo ng mga CBTs tsaka yung ibang sessions po under interpret. Pero ang alam ko may mga sinasali sa group na yan na hindi pasok doon sa inclusion criteria at nasa labas, na-exclude na rin ang exclusion criteria. How will, katulad ng yung question ni Doc Jilin, na merong, kunyari, cognitively slower than the other members of a group, will it not affect yung sessions nila? Or will it still be beneficial dun sa hindi dapat sinali? Or hindi ba makakahinder yun dun sa progress ng mga other members naman ng group?
I think you can use it in both.
Yes po.
You can use it in both. No, the approach is a little different for those who have cognitive impairment, no?
Pero sir, ang question ko doon, is it okay na isama siya dun sa group na yon?
Okay, so ang tingin ko dyan, right? If there is a way for you to include, because when you include those mga sinasabi natin, so learner, may cognitive difficulties, if you put them in a high functioning group, right? Tumataas din ang nila, ang level of performance. Okay? But pag sineparate mo sila, you know, they become more dysfunctional. Kaya nga ginamit nila yung thesis sa psychiatric ward. Napansin nila na yung general low functioning, tumataas yung level of functioning just by actually treating them like a normal, no? In other words, you normalize the environment. It doesn't look like an institution, okay? Okay, so if you, that's why, kaya nga sabi ko, baklasin natin yung prison thing. Okay? Because that is a hindrance psychologically. You see, kapag ang pakaramdam mo nasa preso ka, ang ugali mo, ugaling preso din, correct? Natural, yan, reaction sa environment. In other words, you will manage the environment to have impact on their psychological well-being. In the same token, if we create that and just try and see, although you're aware na nasa exclusion to, i-adjust mo yung mo sa kanya. Pero i-adjust mo yung approach sa kanya. Pero the fact that they are actually around people who are quote-unquote more normal, nag-i-increase yung nila, level of functioning. Mapapansin mo yan eh. Kasi the other thing with that is, pag nilevel mo sa ng low functioning, they will live up to that label. Di ba? Ito ngayon, kasi ang expectation mataas sa kanila, no? Kasi nasa inclusion, napupul sila. Normally, ganun ang, I think the psychological dynamics will be like that. But they will still respond to you differently. No? Okay, so all I'm saying is their mental health gets better depending on the environment. Okay?
Sir, ang question ko po doon wala po bang negative effect naman yun dun sa other members?
No. Generally, they become more helpful. Ang tendency nila is to be helpful dun sa iba. Okay, so yun ang mapapansin mo sa kanila na, okay, alam nila na medyo may dysfunction to. They become more tolerant and they become more helpful. I'll give you an example, right? This is real. In a prison in Ecuador, remember I told you I did some work there. There was one psychiatrist, right? So what he did is ask the warden to give him like a section to isolate all the people with psychiatric problem. And then he said, I'm gonna accept also drug dependents from the prison who doesn't have any intellectual impairment. Okay? I went there actually. He asked me to give a seminar to the clients. I don't speak Spanish, but he was translating for me, right? So, napansin ko, no? While I was doing, I didn't even know that there were psychiatric cases. He didn't tell me. She just told me I have a program in prison. I didn't know that he combined psychiatric patients and non-psychiatric patients in the prison. So I was giving a seminar. And then I noticed one guy was being inappropriate. Inappropriate, ba? No? Okay, so sabi ko, na-surprise ako, meron palang psychiatric clients yan. Then napansin ko, no, he was inappropriate, no, making sounds, ba, na very distracting. So one of the residents who doesn't have any psychiatric problem sat with him, right? Sat with him and is trying to calm him down. Nobody told him to do that. He just on his own went in there and sat down with the guy and kind of calming down. Ganun ang mangyayari niyan, Romel. Okay? Para bang alam nila na, kailangan niya ng tulong and I'm gonna sit with him. These people are just beginning to actually start the TC in the prison. Nangyari. So, later on, I asked him, I said, what's wrong with the other guy? He says, I have actually psychiatric patients here. Some of them are almost florid psychotic, and some of them are kind of normalized by medication, right? But, you know, almost half of them people here are actually psychiatric patients from inside the prison. And that was like, you know, an amazing thing that I discovered that he did that. So that tells you that, you know, yung level of functioning nila depends on the environment. So the environment has a lot of impact on them. Pag psychiatric patients, they're very keen on their environment. They become more sensitive, right? Kaya more reactive sila, di ba? You know, the slightest stress na apektuhan kaagad siya. Okay? So, we can try and see if that works. All right? So, I can bet on that would work better for them. Okay, good question, Dr. Roman. Anything else? Comments?
Dok, ewan ko lang kung tama itong ginagawa ko sa mga patient ko. Sa patient ko sa labas, Dok, I am an internist kasi, Dok. So, siyempre, pati rin dito sa loob. Bali, pag nag-a-advise ako, pinapaulit ko ulit. Kung ano yung mga sinabi kong mga advice sa kanila, pinapaulit ko sa kanila kung ano. Example, mataas ang cholesterol nitong patient na to. No? So ito mga bawal, itong dapat ang inumin mo. Tapos ang ginagawa ko, Dok, tinitignan ko rin sila kung nakikinig rin sila. So, ngayon ko lang kasi narinig tong reflective listening. Tinitingnan ko rin kung may reflective listening rin sila. Para at least maano ko rin kung yung outcome ng treatment ko sa kanila is nagagawa rin.
So like I told you, you know, you can use MI in hospitals, in clinics. Okay? Use the form MI. You explore with them. Say, how is it last week? How did it go? Okay? And then yung sa medication, you don't have to review what they heard, right? Malalaman mo yun sa yung interaction mo sa kanya. Meron ba problema dun sa paggamit ng medication? Di ba? Explore mo. So, doon mo malalaman na did he observe yung dosage niya? Did he take his medication? By asking, how was your medication? Sabi, naku, Dok, nakakalimutan ko. Or some days nakakalimutan ko, hindi consistent. Malalaman mo yan, di ba? Okay, and then you explore with him na, okay, so anong problema? Can you tell me ba anong problema? Bakit nakakalimutan? Okay, so probably he did not understand or did not hear you before. Okay, hindi ko po alam na kailangan ko pala kunin yun araw-araw. Take ko araw-araw. Okay, although you told him that, you already told him na kailangan you take this every day, he didn't hear that. For some reason, right? Oh, then you can always correct, di ba? Okay. So, yun nga, no? Yung developer niya sa Rolnick, ang challenge sa kanya, hindi nakikinig, hindi ginagawa yung dapat gawin. Especially yung mga pasyente niya na diabetic or hypertensive o kailangan mabawasan yung cholesterol. Hala, patuloy pa rin sila doon sa ginagawa nila. Yun ang challenge niya. No? So, he developed yung technique of MI nga na exploration, right? And explore exactly the same technique. So, try the same technique for your clients outside. All right? Okay. Questions, comments? You're good? How is everyone? Ay, walang sagot. You're being reflective. You're being reflective. Okay. Baka lang kasi isip ko nakakatulog na eh. Hindi yan reflective. Okay? Pag natutulog ka na. Okay? Ano yun? Ano yan? Mindfulness. Okay. Tulog daw pero nakikinig. Wow. Ang bigat nun. Tulog pero nakikinig. Nagme-meditate daw dun sa lesson. Okay. So, reflective statements, worksheets. Okay. We're not gonna do that, okay? The worksheets. All right, we'll skip that. Okay, sustain reflective listening. What time is it? Oh, okay, we have time. Form pairs. Decide who will be the speaker. The speaker starts talking about what excites me and what is most challenging about doing this work. Okay? Dyad, two people. Okay, the listener's task is to respond only with reflective listening statements. Even though this is a natural and typical conversation, the speaker responds to reflection by continuing elaboration. So you are going to talk about what excites you and what you find challenging about doing your work, working here. Okay? And then the listener, the counselor, right, is going to respond only with reflective listening statements. In other words, reflection. Okay? Practice reflection. And then, okay, so if you are the speaker, if you're the client, slow down, no? Give the counselor some chance to make the reflection. And then based on the reflection, respond by elaborating more about what you're talking about. Okay? Okay, so don't talk too fast. Okay, so we are going to practice more about reflection. So simple reflection, right? Paraphrasing, or you can make complex reflection, or appraising, rephrasing, right? That's simple. Inulit mo lang yung sinabi. That's a reflection, right? Simple reflection. Paraphrasing is what's right. That's complex reflection. Paraphrasing and reflection of feelings. You can do any of those, but please try your best to do more complex reflection. Madali lang yung yung simple reflection, but practice rephrasing and practice also reflection of feelings. You got it? Okay. Find a partner. Okay, it's gonna be a dyad. Find a partner. Sino partner mo, Perry? Ayan. Alright, so this is okay, it says there, sustain reflective listening. Make it a real session for you, okay? Okay, so I'll give you longer than 5 minutes, okay? So it's an actual session, okay? Okay, one minute more. 1 minute. 1 minute. All right, switch. Switch role. Switch role now. Okay. Okay, now switch role, please. Okay, now the counselor, the listener becomes the client, okay? Okay, time's up. All right. Okay, how did that go this time? How did that go? Okay, when you were counseling, were you able to practice reflection? Yeah? Who felt okay with what you did? Okay. Raise your hands. You felt okay. Those who feel like when you were counseling, you feel like you didn't really were able to do it well. Raise your hands. Yung medyo alanganin, raise your hands. Alanganin. It's okay. More practice. All right. So, okay. So you get a sense of what reflection is and how to form reflection. Okay. This time, did it take a little bit longer for you to form the reflection? Yung client mo nandoon na pero nandito ka pa rin. Naramdaman, sino nakaramdam na na nandun na yung client yun, nandito ka pa rin. Yes, okay. Who feel that way? Yeah. It's common. Common. When I first did this, sabi ko, ulitin mo nga yung mga sinabi mo kasi sabi ko, nawala ako, hindi ko na alam. Nasaan ka na? I-text mo nga sa akin kung nasaan ka. Para bang gano'n, no? Ang layo nang naabot niya, nandito pa rin ako. Alright, that's a common. If you feel that, you experience that, that's how you get started. No? Okay. So, like I told you, it's not easy, right? Challenging. Okay. Napagod. Sino napagod? Kakahabol. Napagod sa kakahabol. I told you to slow down a little bit, right? Kawawa naman kasi pag counselor eh. Naiiwanan. Alright. Okay, so, did you naturally elicit more information by asking not open-ended, but with a reflection thing? Yeah? Okay, so, the challenge is, right? What excites you? And what's the most challenging? Okay, so what excites most people about working here? None? There is nothing exciting. Salary. Ano pa? Your colleagues. Oh, wow, that's good. Okay, Joanne. Naman. Okay. Exciting, right? Okay. Exciting, pero ano yung mga challenges?
Ang exciting sa amin ni Sir Cons, ay yung implementation ng TC. Ang naging challenge dun is, considering the fact na madami pa rin tayong practices na yung old TC, yun. Tapos kung paano siya i-accept ng mga ng staff, tapos kung paano siya ikakaskade doon sa loob po.
So, all right, good. So exciting, because I like that, your colleagues, no? Working with them. Okay, working with others. That's good. Okay. So how about the program people? Come on. What is exciting about your work? Is there anything exciting about the work? Vincent? They're exciting. Okay. When you say exciting, challenging, or what? Okay. So how you can actually influence them, right? Positively. Okay. So, ano yung common challenges that you encounter? Ano yung common challenges? Ano yung mga challenges? Si Gilbert daw. Challenge. Very challenging. Okay, ano yung mga, seriously, ano yung mga challenges? Ikaw, Perry, what you find challenging sa trabaho mo?
Yun po, challenges. Ano po, yung pag-keep up dun sa mga kailangan gawin po. Kasi, meron kang ginagawa ngayon and then merong bagong instructions. Tapos parang multitasking. Opo. Yes po.
Okay, so work itself, right? The amount of work you have to do, the things that you have to complete on time, right? Meeting deadlines, responding to demands, right? That is challenging. And at the same time, you have to actually be concerned about the clients. That's true. So what happens sometimes, sa trabaho natin, minsan napaprioritize yung paperwork. Sometimes you feel that way. Napaprioritize yung paperwork and then yung clients, medyo you wonder na mukha atang mas naukol yung panahon ko sa administrative part of rather than yung clinical part. You feel that way? Yeah. And then it's really challenging, right? Now, one good thing though, in the old TC, wala masyadong paperwork. You know why? We had no certification, I told you, we were operating with no license, right? We were just purely clinicians. We were just doing the work. Sa akin lang maraming trabaho kasi intake akong admissions. So sa admission, maraming paperwork, kahit even there. I have to do the psychosocial, I have to make to transfer to the main house, I have to do all of that, legal papers. Pero yung mga nasa treatment, kukunti lang ang paperwork nila, yung updating yung notes, group notes, tsaka individual notes. Yun lang. Sa ngayon, ang dami yung paperwork, di ba? Yun ang yun ang parang, it's hard to avoid that though, right? Ang dami mong i-respond. So, sometimes you wonder, na how much time do I have for the clients? So, ang nangyayari, you spend more time, no? You spend more time in the facility because you compensate for that, no? So, to just give time to your clients, you ended up spending more time in a program. You find it that way? Yeah, that you have to spend more time than what actually is necessary or what is required from you, right? Because you needed to give the time to your clients. Yeah. Who does that? Who does that? You don't mind giving extra time just to compensate for the fact that some of the time was spent with the paperwork or administrative part, and then you needed time for the client. Sino yun? Sino yung mga nagka-compensate like that na you give more time, extra time, and sometimes you're not compensated for that, right? Wala kayo mga overtime, right? Wala kayo overtime. The same thing before. It's not like 8 to 5. It's not 8 to 5. It's sometimes 8 to sundown. Or when it gets dark. Okay. Hey, it's just the nature of work. It's not gonna change, guys, right? It's gonna be like that. That's a challenging part of what we do. But the payoff is to see our clients get better, right? Yeah. Maybe you get satisfaction from there. Okay. So were you able to talk about those? In your conversation, what are the challenges that you encounter? Yeah. So, yung excitement with coming because of your peers, yung lang bang mga doktor na nakaramdam nun about the other people? I'm wondering, what's going on with this group? That they get excited, right, among themselves. How about you guys? Are you excited also because of the peers, the people you work with? Yeah? Yeah. Mahirap yung sagot daw, hindi maramdaman. Yeah. Okay, so the thing is, di ba, mahirap na nga yung trabaho, tapos mahirap pang pakasamahan yung coworker mo. Mahirap yun. Right? So, if you, sometimes, you know, what makes you excited sa trabaho is, you like the people that you work with, no? Di ba? Mahalaga yun. So, we can only be effective if we have that kind of camaraderie, right? Right? So, yung camaraderie, mahalaga yun. Kasi yun ang, yung kumbaga sa ano, yung nag-compensate sa trabaho natin na masaya, and then, you know, you get along with your peers if you like, it's like your second family, no? Oh, di ba? Parang second family. Kailangan maramdaman mo. Kasi kapag we are all united and you feel that way, it makes it easier for us to do our work. Right? Yeah. And I that's very true. When I work in that there, right, before, we all got along very well. Got along. Hardly or very little backstabbing. Very little like, you know, very little of that. You know, yung talking behind. No. I don't remember anyone that's been isolated or targeted or something like that. We all won, no? We were all united. It feels like a family. And then, you know, I stuck around a long time because of that. You know, so maging mahalagang factor din yun na how you work with each other and how you get along with each other. Okay? So, because that the residents could feel that, right? They can see that you're happy, you know, working together. That influences them also, right? The worst thing that can happen is you're very divided. There is a camp here, there is a camp there. Click ba? All right? So that's the worst that can happen because there are some settings where maraming mga click, di ba? And then, you know, it feels like, although it's just one organization, it feels like each one has a cluster of camps, no? That's very toxic, no? That's toxic. So we avoid that. So hopefully, you know, here, you know, with the exercises that we had, you get to know a little bit more about your peers, right? Who had some like, hey, you know, I get to know this guy better, right? Who has some of those, you know, from the practice that we did, you know, the groups that we did. You feel like, you know, you get to know your co-workers a little better? Yeah? Yeah. Matagal na kayo nagsama pero hindi mo alam, you know, there are certain aspect of his life na hindi mo alam. And all of a sudden, he or she talks about it. You have that? Oh, good. About at the back? Para kayong, another world. Ano ba? How is it going with you guys? Excited ka ba? What's your name? Toto. Toto. What excites you coming to work?
Wala pa akong masabi to.
Okay. Ano ba yung, what about your work, you know, that you look forward to? You know, is there anything about your work, working here, that you look forward to coming every day? Yes, no. Okay, ano yun? Sino yun? Ano or sino? I'm not asking about that, right? I'm asking about what or sino.
Secret na lang po daw.
Kailangan niya MI. You're a nursing attendant. Okay. So you spend more time inside with the residents or you spend more time there? Okay. So, wala ba doon sa loob na excite sa iyo or you look forward to? Meron po. Okay. Ano yun? Okay. So, what is it? Ano sa mga pasyente na you look forward to, you're excited about?
Feeling po kasi natin.
Okay.
So, mag-mic ka daw, sabi ni Doc Cha.
Okay. Okay. So, now, seriously. Anong mga bagay tungkol doon sa ating mga residente na 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 na-excite ka or ibig sabihin no, na maganda yung pakiramdam mo?
Sa part po, Doc, na kasi po daily, Doc, bini-VS ko po sila, Doc. Gusto ko rin po sana na yung mga VS nila is yung normal po lahat.
Okay, so maganda ang takbo nila ng programa nila.
Yes, Doc.
Okay, meron bang mga residente na baka, particular resident na na-excite ka or you look forward to seeing depende sa respond nila sa programa?
Yes po, Doc.
Oh. Sino yan? Yung mga pasaway o yung mga role model? Sino yan?
Halo-halo na po, Doc.
Yung alin?
Halo-halo po sila.
Halo-halo. Pero may mga residente na kind of you look forward to seeing how they're doing in the program. Ganon?
Yes, Doc.
Okay. Okay, that's what I'm talking about, right? Di ba? May mga residente na you try to invest. Di ba? Gusto mong tulungan. You really put a lot of time. And then gusto mo makita kung may resulta yung effort mo, di ba? Okay, may ganun ba?
Meron po, Doc.
Yun. Di ba? Exciting yun, no? Makita mo, will this person respond? How is it today? So, di ba? So, if you get some satisfaction in that, magandang bagay yun, di ba? Yun yung parang, yung payback o payoff doon sa effort natin, no? Okay. Alright. Thank you, Toto.
Thank you, Doc.
Sabihin mo na lang mamaya sa akin yung sekreto. Tayo na lang yun. Okay. Alright. Sino pa? Alright. Anyone else? Oh, lumampas na pala. Oh, meron pa. Okay.
Kinaka-excite po, Doc, yung how to deal yung mga different issues ng mga pasyente. Yung mga family issues, kung ano yung mga nag-trigger sa kanila kung bakit sila nakagamit ng mga pinagbabawal ng gamot. Tapos yung challenging part, sa dami ng mga interventions na binigay sa kanila o coping skills, bakit may mga nagre-relapse pa? May impact ba sa kanila yung mga natutunan nila dito sa rehab?
Okay, so that's true, no? Sometimes maramdaman mo na ko, ang laking bagay na inukol namin, laking oras ang inukol natin, bakit ganun, no? Bakit nagbago? So, minsan, no? Hindi mo makikita agad yung resulta, di ba? Sa akin ba, basta you invested in a person, you make them feel respected, right? You make them feel safe, no? Habang nandito sila. And then, you try your best to actually influence them in their behavior. Hindi mo kaagad minsan makikita yung resulta eh. Di ba? So, minsan, it will take a few times for them to come back and recover. Normal yun. You will see later on, we talk about that dun sa relapse prevention. No? Sa relapse, we'll talk about that tomorrow. Yung iba, hindi kaagad nila napapakita yung natutunan nila. But sometimes later, it takes a little time and then it just happens. Or yung iba babalik a few times and then before they really get it. Only about one third of people or clients who can do it one time and then do not come back. The large number come back. It's just what it is. No? Yan ang statistics, di ba? And we'll talk about that later on. Okay. So, don't feel like wala silang natutunan. May natutunan yan. Hindi pa lang nila maipakita. Eventually, may lalabas yan. Alright. Guys, I know. I went past the time. It's actually 1:10. I mean, 12:10. I'm sorry. 12:10. So, balik tayo ng 1:10, okay? And then we'll continue. Okay. Have a good lunch.
Yung mga interpost team po na kasama sa TC, entrepose, may meeting po ng 5 p.m. after training. And so with the ad hoc team din daw po, may meeting right after lunch. Working lunch. Okay, working lunch. Thank you, Doc.
Yung mga advocacy team po, dito pa tayo.
Hello, hello. 1, 2, 3, hello. Kindly shut the door, please. So, can we resume? How is everyone? Full of it. Alright. Okay, wala nga antokin ha. Wala antokin. Pag sino yung nantok, magpupush up, okay? Alright. Yan. Maglagay ka ng big sa mata. So, hindi mo nakakatulog. Talaga ba yan? Yan ba yung technique? O, maglagay ng ano. Okay, maglagay ng Vicks at saka menthol sa mata. Yan ang solution. That's so fun. Okay. Pero effective daw. Right? Baka maiyak ka yan. Okay, so now we are in the last of the oars. Summarizing. Okay, summarizing. Di ba, nagsisession tayo? So, reflection, open-ended question, di ba? Open-ended questions, reflection. And then, ang last is summarizing, no? Okay. So, let's see, where do we do the summarizing? Which part of the session? It's a special form of reflective listening. Kasi, di ba, pag nag-summarize ka, isa-summarize mo dun sa client, di ba? So, it's a form of reflection, di ba? Kasi ang summary, it should capture the whole session, di ba? Oh. And then, you present it to the client. Here is what I heard. Ensure clear communication. Another area where a client can correct you. Or a client can elaborate more. Di ba? So, let's say may na-miss ka, or mali yung pagkakarinig mo, so mali yung summary, i-correct ka ng client. Right? Use a transitions in conversation. Okay, so, nagse-session kayo, di ba? Okay. So, a client brought up an issue, and then you process it, you ask open-ended questions, you get more information, you did reflection, and then the client is, it's, kumbaga sa ano, para bang that particular part of the conversation or the session, natapos na, no? So, before moving to another subject, you can summarize. Okay, so it becomes a transitional tool. Right? Naintindihan nyo, no? Pag natapos na yung pinag-usapan nyo, may topic, di ba? You talk about it, you process it, you ask a lot of open-ended questions dun sa topic na yun, di ba? And then it's ended, tapos na, you summarize it before moving to another topic. Okay, be concise. Ano ibig sabihin? What does that mean? Ano ibig sabihin ng concise? Concise. Okay, so di ba mahaba-haba yung session nyo, no? So, ang summary is shorter version of that conversation. You only pull out the important elements of that conversation, right? So, make it concise. Reflect ambivalence. So, yun, i-highlight mo yung ambivalence niya. Yung sa summary. Okay? Highlight mo yun. And then, accentuate change talk. So, what are change talk? We'll talk about that. But briefly, what it is a sign of intention to change. Ito ang challenge yan eh. Capturing it, catching it, right? While the client is talking. Right? Kailangan makita mo yung where is the change talk in that process? What is the change talk in that exchange? In what the client is saying. Okay, so we'll talk about what is that change talk in a little bit. Okay? Alright, so you got it summarizing? Right? Okay, summarize yung session. Okay, again, back to ambivalence. People often get stuck, not because they fail to appreciate the downside of their situation, but because they feel at least two ways about it, right? Part of him says, okay. Another part of him, I'm not sure, right? Ambivalence. Yan, tingnan mo, me, ambivalent? Well, yes and no. That's ambivalence. The dilemma of change. My sweet tooth says, I want to, but my wisdom tooth says, no. Captures it, right? Yeah. It captures it. I'm so miserable without you. It's almost like you are here. It's from a song. It's a country and western song. But that is so cute. I love that, right? Oh, wow. Oh, now you learn some lines, right? You can add that in your text to your girlfriend. Right? Di ba? Impressive, right? Oh, text me yung girlfriend mo. I miss you so miserable. Because I'm in the training all day. It's almost like you're here. Okay. Alright, sounds like this. I can figure out what to do about what? About myself. Alright, about my problem. Okay. Change talk, di ba? Okay. I can't figure out what to do about. Why is that a change talk? I can't figure out what to do about. Why is that a change talk? Okay, change talk is a sign of effort, thoughts, feeling about the possibility of change. Is there something in there that indicates that the client is trying or thinking, what is it? He's trying to figure it out. Trying to figure it. That's change talk. Any effort, no matter how small, even thinking about it, it's change talk. Even the word, maybe if I only change talk yun, because he's considering something, right? Yun ang ano, no? The challenge with change talk is catching it. Di ba? Okay. Sa ating language, sa Filipino, okay, sabi niya, hindi ko alam anong gagawin dito. Iniisip niya, kaya hindi niya alam anong gagawin. At least iniisip niya, di ba? Na dapat ko anong gagawin. Yung word na maybe, kung sana lang, change talk yun. If only. Di ba? Okay. I think I should get tested. Thinking about testing. These people with HIV, who, by the way, they would not get tested even though, they feel or they suspect that they might be positive. They're afraid to find out. So it's a process for them to get tested. It's scary, right? To find out that you are HIV positive. So they'll rather be in a limbo and not knowing than to know it. Okay, so it's a subject for counseling for MI also. Okay? So, there. I think I should get tested. That's possible. That's change talk. He is contemplating of doing it, but he is ambivalent about it, right? I can't make up my mind whether to. There you go, another one. I cannot. He is considering, but he cannot make up his mind. That's change talk. On the one hand, I know I have to get tested so I can begin to actually find ways to protect or take care of my health. On the other hand, I am not ready to really face, the truth. I'm not ready. Okay? Okay, change talk. It scares me. Pag dineclare niya yung two sides ba, that's a change talk. Because there is some consideration of the problem, right? Okay, kumbaga sa ang change talk, kahit na nasa contemplation lang. Contemplation, di ba? Ang pre-contemplation, there is no change talk in pre-contemplation, right? No? There is none. Di ba? Pre-contemplation. Ang contemplation, there is a slight consideration of the problem, right? That's what we're talking about. In preparation, very obvious and change talk. Right? In preparation. Okay? It scares me to take all these medicines, but I suppose I can benefit from it. I know I'll be better off. There you go. If only I were in such a hassle, if only it were a hassle too. Okay, blah blah blah. No way, I will never ever do that. Nope, not me. Okay? Alright, so those are examples of change talk. Alright, so remember your ambivalence. So this is a graphic representation of that, diba? It's like a balance thing, Okay, so one side is about the status quo, right? If you continue, a status quo will be continuing the problem situation or the problem behavior, right? Diba? Pag pinagpatuloy natin yung wala tayong gagawin doon sa problema natin, we stay there, right? Yun ang ibig sabihin ng status quo, di ba? Walang gagawin. Okay, mananatili tayo doon. Ano ang cost? Ibig sabihin, ano ang epekto noon? Ano mangyayari kung papatuloy natin yung status quo? Okay. Okay? For example, ang status ko is nagagamot ka, gumagamit ka, right? Gumagamit ka. That's a status ko, right? Kung gumagamit ka ng drugs, ano ang costs? Ano ang cost? Big sabihin, ano ang consequence sa'yo? Give an example. Ano ang consequence ng paggagamit ng gamot? Ha? Okay, yung threats of being arrested, right? Cost yun. Cost. Okay? Ano pa? Okay. Financial, right? Oh, costs. Oh, problems at home, right? Problems with the relationship, correct? Pag nagpatuloy ka ng paggamit, yun ang cost. Cost. Medical, your health, right? Ano pa? Oh, yung edukasyon mo. Di ba? Yun ang mga cost. Ang pag sinabi natin cost, yun ang pinagbabayaran ng paggagamit mo. Yun ang sanhi ng paggamit. Di ba? So, okay. Kung anong benefits pag patuloy ka maggamit? May benefits ba? Now, think about the client, no? Like a client. Meron silang ano sa problema nila, no? To cope, di ba? Pang-cope nila yung sa problema nila. Ano pa? Ano pa ang mga benefits sa paggamit? Hindi siya mapapagod. With your friends, no? Hanging out with your friends. Ano pa? Pang diet ba? Okay, if that is the reason, okay. Okay, self-regulation, no? Nare-regulate mo sarili mo pag gamit ka. Pag mainit ulo mo, gamit ka, okay na. Malungkot ka, depressed ka, gamit ka, okay na, di ba? Yun ang mga benefits, di ba? Okay. So that's one side of the ambivalence, right? Tingnan natin yung other side. Ano yung cost pag nagbago siya? Nagbago siya, halimbawa, no? Anong cost? Anong consequence doon sa kanya? Okay, mayroon kang time sa pag-aaral. Ano pa? Okay, malamang less fighting at home with your family or your relationship, right? Okay, better, more money in your pocket. Right? Ano pa? You are productive. Very likely, you're more productive. Okay. Improvement in his cognitive, right? Ang pag-iisip niya. Okay, ano pa? Ano pa? No. Iba pinag-usapan na yung cost of change. Ano yung mawawala sa kanya? Ibig sabihin noon. Cost. Ang sinasabi natin yung benefits yun. Diba? Ano yung cost? Loss of friend. Okay. Pag nagtitinda ka ng gamot, loss of income. Yeah, wala na siya ngayong pagkakakitaan, di ba? Ano pa? Pag nagbago siya, ano pang masasakripisyo niya? Ano yung sasakripisyo? Hindi maganda pakaramdam niya. Di ba? Pag mayroon siyang stress, wala siyang para okay. So, yung coping niya, mawawala na yung ginagamit niya to cope, di ba? Okay. Yun ang magiging, kumbaga sa consequence nung yung pagbabago. How much it costs you to change. Di ba? In return to what? Yan. Okay, now, yun yung cost, no? Ano yung ang benefits ng pag nagbago siya? Yun yung siya nagsabi natin kanina. Better relationship, right? More communication, improvement of your cognitive, right? More money in your pocket. And, you're more at peace, di ba? Okay, you don't have to worry about the police. No secrets, Doc. Hindi ka na dapat magtago, no? Wala ka nang itinatago. Okay, yan yun, no? Yun yung tinatawag natin, the balance, no? Of cost and benefits, no? Minsan, nakakalamang yung status ko. Doon na lang ako. Di ba? Minsan naman, nagbabago, sobra na ata itong kailangan problema ko dito sa paggamit. Pupunta naman doon sa kabila. Nagsisiso yan, no? Nagbabago. Pabago-bago. So, sa ating MI, ina-highlight natin yun. No? Ina-highlight natin both of that. Okay? So, we pull out more and more and more information until ma-realize ng tao na, wow, mas mabigat ata yung pagpapatuloy ko ng paggamit kaysa sa kung talagang babaguhin ko. Hopefully, ganun nga ang realization niya. So, anyway, this is a good way of looking at it. Cost benefit. So, sa counseling, pwede mong gamitin yan. No? Para makita niya talaga. No, ano yung sinasakripisyo mo sa pagpatuloy ng paggamit. At kung magbababa ko, ano yung sasakripisyo mo sa pagbabago mo? Ano naman ang benefits doon, di ba? Okay. Maliwanag po ba? Maliwanag? Okay, good. Okay, pwede rin ganito. Di ba? Sa quadrant na yan, 4, di ba? Okay, the window. Dito, current behavior, yung paggagamit mo, pagpapatuloy ng paggamit. Katulad ng pag sinabi natin, this is just another way of doing it, no? Pwede mo kang maggawa ng, pag nagka-counseling ka, you can, if you have a blackboard, you can do that, no? Sige, tingnan nga natin yung cost benefits analysis. Okay, so you can do that. Ano yung benefits and cost current behavior, patuloy paggamit, and then yung cost and benefits sa pagbabago dito sa side na to. So, pwede mong ilista, no? Lista, and you can see a visual. Oh, okay. Ganito pala yun. Wow. Kasi hindi niya pala process yun sa ulo niya. Naku, marami pala ako na nasakripisyo sa paggamit, no? At marami palang benefits pag ako yung luminto. Visual ba? Visual aid, no? Ma-visualize yung ganyan. There is actually a form of therapy using this. That's another training. That's another technique of counseling. Okay. Where you use actually a graphic representation. No? Maraming charts yun eh. May mga charts. Okay. Alright. This is still on that cost-benefit analysis of ambivalence. Alright. Okay. We're not going to use a handout. We're just going to explore ambivalence. Okay. But each one of you think of something, no? Na gusto mong gawin pero ambivalent ka. Do not use your clients, but sa sarili mo. Anything. Weight loss. Okay. I'll give you different areas. Weight loss, right? Okay. Another is controlling your sugar. Okay. Controlling your sugar because malapit ka na maging diabetic, for example. Or, okay, yun na lang. Pwede ka maging diabetic. Another one is your blood pressure, right? Hypertensive. Okay? And then, okay, so, gusto mong bawasan yung yung paggamit ng salty food, right? Salty food. Mahilig tayo sa salty food. Isakripisyo mo yung bagoong, mahirap yun. Isakripisyo mo yung patis, mahirap din yun. Isakripisyo mo yung toyo, mahirap din yun. Kasi lahat yung ingredients sa pagkain natin, di ba? Nako, ang dami mong hindi pwedeng kainin. Okay, di ba? Oh. Pero yung blood pressure mo, tumataas. Ano ang possible consequence noon? Stroke? Stroke, di ba? Oh. Sa diabetes, ganun din. Di ba? Possible cardiac problem. Okay? Maraming consequence. Okay. Yung iba, anong bagay sa buhay mo na you're ambivalent about? kailangan gumawa ka, kailangan baguhin mo, pero nagdadalawang isip ka. Ha? Saving or spending. Okay. Alright. Saving or spending. Ano pa? Ano pa? Ha? O, yung shopping, kasama na yun doon. Okay. So, curtail or minimize yung shopping. Pwede rin yun. Ano pa? Nagdadalawang isip ka. Sabi ni Ivan, keeping a relationship that's dysfunctional. May tinamahan ba? Or breaking up the relationship. Shh. Naku, na-excite na lahat. Nakarelate lahat. Okay, di ba? Okay, so let's say you have a dysfunctional relationship, no? And then, nagdadalawang isip ka na, ipatuloy ba to? Baka magbago siya? O it's time for me to quit. Okay, pwede rin yun. Or, hanging out with people na ayaw mo na kasi bad influence sa'yo. Whatever the influence is, right? Okay, bad influence, gusto mo na break up yung mga kaibigan mo. Di ba? Na sa tingin mo, hindi productive. Pero nagdadalawang isip ka. Okay. Ano pa? Kasi ayaw ko maging excuse na wala akong ambivalence. Oh. Ano pa? Ano pang example? Ha? Going to school. Okay. Going to school, di ba? Matagal mo na naisip na gusto mong bumalik sa eskwela para tumaas, you achieve more. Di ba? Especially, for you guys, master's degree, right? Okay. Okay. Yung ba ay appropriate na topic for our discussion? Yes. Okay. Ano pa? Mag-aasawa na ba ako? Hindi. Mag-aasawa ba ako? Magmamadre ba ako? Mag-aasawa. Pwede rin yan. Pwede rin yan, okay? O may asawa ka, iwanan ko ba to? What? Pwede rin yan. Hindi. Yung pala iniisip, magpapalit pa ako ng asawa o hindi? Okay. Hey. Okay. You understand? You understand ambivalence. So, gawin nating practical application. Otherwise, yung hindi mo mararamdaman yung exercise, gusto natin real, di ba? Real one. Okay? Kailangan real life experience, ha? Okay. So, hanapin ninyo yung pair ninyo, no? Sino ang pair mo? Find a pair. You can change pairs if you want. Hanap ng pair, okay? Alright, everybody get one? Meron ng partner lahat? Okay, Gilbert, wala ka partner? Si Floro, wala ka. Floro, meron ka partner? Wala. Asan? Dito mo. Okay, sa table na to, lahat may partners, ha? Okay, good. Dito meron? Sino? Okay. Okay, good. Lahat, ha? Ito, totoo to, ha? Totoo to. Seryosohin nyo, okay? Alright. Okay, so, yun lang, no? Yun lang gagawin natin. So, anong gagawin mo dito? You are going to explore what? Yes. Yung ambivalence. Alright. Open questions, reflection. Okay? That's how we are going to explore the ambivalence, no? Reflection and open questions. No, so application to, no? Ng technique. Okay. Shh. Remember? Guys, remember, open question? Ano pa? Oh, okay. ORS. Ano yung ORS? Open-ended? Okay, affirmation. Good. Gamit ka ng affirmation, okay? Ano pa? Yeah, reflection, reflective listening. How about summarizing? Yes, summarizing. Okay. I-apply na natin yon, okay? Alright. Gamitin na natin yon. Okay. Let's go. Let's go. All right. You need more time? More time? Okay. 2 minutes. 2? Oh, 2 minutes, okay? Okay, time's up. Time's up. Oh, hello. Hi. How did it go? How did it go? Kulang sa oras? Okay. Was it okay? You get something out of it? All right. Okay. Now we are going to reverse role. Reverse your role. Okay. Same partner. All right, guys, come on. Reverse role. What happened? All right, the same tasks, except now, baliktad ang role, okay? All right, let's do it. All right. All right, time's up. Time's up. Okay, let's take our seats. Okay. All right. Oh, yung iba hindi pa tapos. All right. So, who was able to, or who were among you who were able to apply all the things in that ORS? From open-ended, affirmation, reflective listening, and summary. Sino yon? Taas ang kamay. Lahat na nakapat. Ha? Okay. Wow. How about yung iba? Ano nangyari? Ha? Hindi pa tapos. Ha? Mahirap mag-counsel ng 5 minutes. Okay, so real issue, ha? Okay. We'll have more practice. We'll go back to it, okay? I just want to give you a foretaste of it, okay? May private time practice, maaga pa. Bakit naputol? Okay, sorry, Joanna, hindi ka naka-climax. Okay, sorry, okay? Alright, so we'll have more practice. But I just want to, like, were you able to really practice it? Yeah? Okay. That's the whole idea. And then make it real, right? I hope you actually use a real personal issue na meron kang conflict. Okay, ano yung mga example? Sino gusto magbigay ng example? Ano yung anong topic sa inyo? Yung gusto lang. Yung okay lang. Sino? Ha? Ano yung Sino yung talagang naggamit ng personal Okay, si Vincent.
Sa akin po, nag-share ako ng yung true experience. Kasi ang inopen ko po kay Sir Louis is yung pag-stop ko ng pag-vape. Kasi nakaka-apekto rin kasi to sa trabaho ko as a door manager dun sa loob na ako mismo yung nagbibisyo. Nagtuturo ako na may stop yung vision nila.
Ano yung giniba po, Vincent?
Yung pag-vaping po.
Oh, vaping. Alright. Okay. Vincent, ilang araw na?
Po, plano pa lang po. Ambivalence daw.
Hold on.
Pre-contemplation daw, Doc.
Na-impress na sana kami. Di ba? Okay. So, Vincent, doon sa stages of change, nasaan ka? Saan?
Preparation na po siguro.
Nasa preparation? Okay. Alright. Okay. So, Vincent, what would it take for you to actually do it?
Hindi ko pa siguro po, yung sa may pinaka number 1 factor is sa health po.
Oh, sa health. Okay. So, ganito. In a scale from 1 to 10, okay, 1 being not very important, and 10, it's very important for you to give up vaping. Where are you right now?
5 po.
5. Okay, 5. Hey, listen. Okay, 5. All right. That's good. Why not 4?
Siguro po, in the past days, 4 pa ako eh. Pero ngayon, nararamdaman ko din na medyo may effect siya na lalo't nahanap ko na siya. So, mas nagde-decide ako ngayon na tanggalin.
Okay. So, when would it be, when will you give yourself a 6 in that scale?
More time pa siguro, Doc. Ganun.
Okay, so what would you be doing? What's going on with you to give yourself a 6 in that scale?
Inuupo ka na. Hirap
It's okay.
Siguro po, kung sa may annual check-up po kasi kami dito. Parang ganun. Kung mataas pa rin yung sugar level ko, baka doon po magsi-6. Ganun. Or pwedeng mag-10 ka agad. Ganun.
You will jump into 10.
Yeah. Pag meron na pong effect.
Okay. Alright. Kung ganun pala, alright, doctors, set up natin, ha? Taasan nyo yung niya. Yung left niya. Okay. Alright, so that's scaling, right? We learned that. How to do scaling. Because it's also helpful, to clarify to the client. Ano yung mga specific things na sa tingin niya kailangan, para bang indicators, no? Okay. So, we learn about scaling, Okay. Anyone else who wants to share? Thank you, Vincent, for sharing about vaping. Alright. Sino pa? Sino pa ang gusto mag-share? Anyone? Anyone? Okay. Hold on. Let's listen.
Walang nagtataas, Dok, eh. So, bilang most active participant. Joke lang, Dok. Self-acclaim. Sa akin naman, Dok, ang ambivalent ko kasi is mag-diet. Ang umuya na naman ako, Dok. So, parang try ko na siya before, pero lagi akong nadadapa. Yun. So, yun. Doon talaga ako nag-struggle kasi gustong-gusto kong kumain eh. Yun. Kaya siguro ako lumaki ng ganito, ganyan. Dahil comfort food talaga ang hinahanap ko minsan. Yun. Tapos, yun, Dok. Struggle ko is...
So, sino ang partner mo? Attorney. Okay. So, how did that feel working with him about that?
In-explore ko yung reason niya, Dok, kung bakit siya nagda-diet and sino yung nagiging reason ba't nabe-break niya yung diet niya. And then, ano ang motivation niya para bumalik ulit ngayon kasi gustong-gusto niya daw mag-diet ulit.
So, were you able to actually show him yung
Cost benefit.
Yeah. Did you do that?
Yes, Dok.
Okay. So,
Although hindi nga kami umabot sa summary.
Okay. Yeah, kulang sa panahon. But, okay, hold on, guys. Based on her yung intervention ni Atty. How did you feel about that? How did she handle that? Did you see her use some of the oars in that session?
Oo, Dok. Bale, yun nga, tinanong niya sa akin kung ano ba yung motivation ko at kung ano yung nagbibigay sa akin ng motivation, bakit ko kailangang mag-diet. So, na-share ko, Dok, na siguro, aside from family, minsan kasi hindi nagiging sapat yung family. Frequent naman silang nagsasabi ng mag-diet ka na pero nadadapa pa rin ako.
Na-explore ba niya yung ambivalence mo?
Oo, Dok, kasi
How did she do that?
binigyan niya ako ng na parang i-affirm or i-confirm sa sarili ko na kailangan ko na talagang mag-diet kasi it's causing me health problems na din. Parang ganun, Dok. So, yun.
Nagbigay ba siya ng advice?
Hindi naman, Dok.
Hindi
Mga
naman.
ano lang.
How did she do that? How did she accomplish that?
Sinabi lang niya na, sige, baka kailangan mo nang mag-diet. Kasi syempre, may family ka na. Ganun.
Advice yun. Okay?
Advice pala yun.
Alright, so you can explore that, right? Without actually sounding like you're giving your own ideas. Alright, di ba? Okay, so, so di ba, yung mga reflection, yung open-ended question, di ba? Yun lang ang gagamitin natin. Don't revert to the advice giving. I know that it's very easy to give advice. Di ba? Very easy. But it's difficult for us to actually elicit more from the client. So sila na mismo maghahanap ng sagot, no, doon sa dilemma nila. That's the idea, no? You pull out the information from the client and help the client come to that conclusion na gusto mong isabihin sa kanila pero hindi mo masabi kasi magagaling sa iyo, yung kailang magaling sa kanya, di ba? Okay. So, do you find that very challenging na avoid giving advice? Very challenging. Lalo na kung totoo yung sinasabi niya sa iyo, di ba? Lahat ba, totoo yung ginamit yung example, di ba? It's very tempting to actually give advice. Okay, sino yung hindi mapigilan ang sarili niya at nagbigay ng advice? Sino yun? Ayan. Okay, sino pa? Okay, Joanne. Si Doc. Sino pa yung hindi mo talaga maiwasan magbigay ng advice? Hold on. Okay, ang madami, no? Na-tempt ka. Bakit? Kasi seryoso yung issue na binigay sa iyo. Na gusto mo talaga matulungan siya, di ba? Yun. Okay. Yes, KR.
What if the client is asking for advice? How do you ano that, Doc?
Pag ganoon, singilin mo ng bayad. Biglang magdadalawang isip and another ambivalence. Okay. So, if a client is asking for advice, right? Okay. You give him options. Not advice, options. Okay? So, not one option, but two options. At least two options. Come up with more than one. Okay? They're asking. Right? So, it's called options, not advice. Kasi, pag advice, parang kailangan sundin niya, di ba? Pag options, he has the choice. So, the reason why it's more than one, okay, so he can make a choice. So, you leave him the choice. Hindi, okay, I'll give you 3 options, pero number 1 is more important. You know that. Hindi ganon. Hindi ganon. Mali yun. Okay. Okay. These are some possible options. Possible options you can actually think about. Okay? First. Ayan. Second. Third. Okay. Okay. So now, you can make your choice. Huwag mo siyang i-influence. Siya magawa niya. The reason for that is, kapag pinili niya, no, kung ano man yung choice niya, may ownership ba? He can own it. Pero kung sinunod lang yung advice mo, walang ownership doon, di ba? Kasi yung naggaling yun eh. The reason why kailang mahalaga yung siya mismo pipili, no, to own up. You know, para, I own this up because I make the choice. Very likely na i-implement niya yun. Nakuha mo? Ganon, no? Yeah, that's the way you do it. So, yeah, that's how you do it. Okay? Okay. Other observation, insights, realization. Okay? How do you, okay, answer that question first. I have more questions. Yeah. Anyone? Feedback? How did it go? Were you comfortable about doing it? Or you still feel uncomfortable doing it? Come on, feedback. How do you feel? Okay. Yes, Flo.
Okay, let's take the example of Ramin and Attorney Ancheta. Problem ni Ramin is to go on dieting. Now, how could Attorney Ancheta will provide options or information or knowledge to Ramin if she has no background about what is dieting and what are the strategies on how to go on diet? Paano niya bibigay yung mga options na yon?
Okay, so sa dieting, right? Okay, first, you really don't have to be an expert on a diet, no? If you're just helping him. Okay, if it's helping him. Okay, so what do you need? Okay, we're not talking about dieting, nutrition. it is really just him working on his weight. Let's put it that way. He wants to lose weight. Okay, so to lose weight, there are many things that he can do, right? Not just about food. Okay, exercise is one, right? Marami. Narinig mo sinabi niya na comfort food niya yun. Oh, so explore ano yung mga sitwasyon na bigla na lang na kailangan niya ang comfort food, di ba? Probably may mga stressors sa buhay niya. So explore that. Ano yung mga stressors that lead you to think about eating more? Okay, nakuha nyo. Okay, so explore that. Maraming may explore dito eh. You know, ano yun? Ano yung stressor mo? Bakit you rely on that food? And then, you know, look at, you can even ask, can you think of other options? You know, besides, you know, using food, you know, when you're stressed? Ask that, you know, right? Oh, the other thing is, besides working on food, exercise. So, but stay on the food first. And then later on, pag natapos na yung area na yun, you summarize, you know, that particular process. And then, you know, ask him about, have you ever thought about exercising? Yeah, explore that. So, another option. So, as you explore yung mga options na yun, meron, sa isip niya nun, may naisip na siya, o nga, no? Pwede ko pala yun, uy, kaya pala ako. Yung mayroon siya ng insight, ano yung stressor niya, bakit comfort ko na yun. Then, you know, you explore possible ways, different ways of how we can actually exploit other alternative besides actually relying on food. Di ba? Okay, so after that, you go into exercise. That's another way, right? All along, this is all about, you know, helping him lose weight. Gusto niyang gawin, di ba? You follow? So you don't have to really be an expert on anything. Because the expert really is him. He knows about food. Okay? He knows about food. He knows what food he has to avoid. There's nothing deep about it, right? He knows that, you know, he knows what food, you know, can make him gain weight. You know, right? Yes. And those are the food that he likes to eat. Correct? You like sweet stuff, don't you? Sweet. You like carbs. Yes. Carbs. Right? Okay, carbs. Rice. Noodles. Alright. Okay. You understand? So, it's just, you really don't have to be an expert on anything. Be expert on MI. And help the client really make the choices because, like I said, a lot of times they know what to avoid. He knows what to avoid. Except the problem is, he's struggling avoiding those things. He is so in love with rice. Oh, my rice. Okay. Yeah, you know, I mean, all of us are addicted to rice. Come on. I say you eat. Right? Oh, more rice. Right? Seconds, rice. Right? Okay. We grew up with rice. That's why, right? We grew up with rice. All of us. Even me, you know, I mean, in the US, rice is not really the main thing. Potatoes. Yeah. Pasta. Bread. Right? Rice is not really that popular. I mean, people eat rice, but very often, most people there, yeah, potatoes, bread, noodles, pasta. Okay? Okay, all of those are carbs too. Only Asians love to eat rice, even in the US. Okay? We cannot give up rice. Okay, I struggle with rice too. Yeah. So I dropped rice. Giniya nga ako nung ginive up ko yung rice. Totoo yan. You know, I give up rice. Oh my God. My body says, oh, I was dreaming about rice every night. I was having nightmare about rice. Okay. That's how much my body loves rice. Okay, then I realized it's not just rice, sweet stuff. Sweet. Okay, so you got it? So in this case, in your case, there are stressors that you need to look at. What are the situations? What are the times? Circumstances that makes you go to your comfort food. Alright? Alright, so marami yan. May lalabas pa dyan if we do MI and explore that, You realize you probably don't realize it, but you know why. Okay? Alright. Sino pa? Sino pa ang gusto mag-share? Thank you, by the way. Thank you for sharing. Sino pa? Anyone? There.
Doc, may question lang po. Habang nag-open up si Sir Jonel kanina, nagtanong kasi siya parang kung ikaw yung nasa sitwasyon ko, anong gagawin mo? Parang ganun po. Nasagot ko naman po na parang ganun na choice na sa tingin mo ano dapat yung gagawin. And then, nagtanong siya ng something personal na about details about me. So, siguro hindi pa maiiwasan yun kapag interesado yung clients na may malaman sa'yo, ganun. Okay lang po ba yung sagot ko na we're here to talk about you, not me, parang ganun, Doc? Or paano natin
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. You okay, so sometimes, clients would do that to avoid focusing on the problem, right? Before you know it, ikaw nagiging focus ng conversation. That's a good one to say, okay, we are here to talk about you. That's it. Okay, so avoid really giving advice. They are forcing, yun lang tanong na, kung ikaw ang nasa lugar ko, that's asking for advice. Diba? That's asking for advice. Okay, so return it and say, listen, it's just about you, okay? Not about me. So, answer the same way. Kasi, he's trying to actually elicit advice from you. Okay? And usually, kung hindi pa siya ready, hindi nyo pa na-explore yung issue, paano ka magbibigay ng advice, di ba? So, explore the issue until it becomes very clear that you understand what the issues are. You cannot give a possible advice, give options, unless you truly understand the issue, okay? So, focus on understanding what's really going on with the client. Okay, questions, comments? Realization, okay.
Doc, realization lang, Doc, na doon sa mga activities na ginawa natin, lalong-lalo na sa ORS, applying it in motivational interview. Kasi, ang hirap niyang gawin, actually, mahirap siyang gawin nang hindi ka nagbibigay ng advice. Kasi parang innate sa atin na magbigay ng advice, which is sometimes hindi pala siya nakakatulong pagka inaano natin sa mga clients na. So, napaka-importante na, yun nga, nalalaman natin na we can just give them options but not really an advice. Dapat yung solution dun sa question nila is lumalabas sa kanila mismo. So, dapat tayo parang nagtatanong lang, nagbibigay ng open-ended questions, ganon. So, it's very helpful. Tapos, yun nga, Doc, na tutunan ko na hindi kasi ako, manakirama ako parang, ganito gawin mo, ganyan. Parang ganon. So, parang, nagbibigay agad ng advice, kumbaga ganon. Hindi pala dapat.
Okay. Right. Like I told you, that's probably, our instinct, in this field is to give advice. Okay? Alright, so, anyone else who wants to share about the exercise? Yes, Dr. Jelen.
Dok, ngayon ko lang na-realize, ang hirap pala yung CBT group pala kung isipin mo. Kasi, Dok, ang nangyayari po kasi, once dumating yung patient, i-correct na lang ako mga caseload. So, dadating sila ng EMU. So, meron na silang group. So, after ng EMU, enter na sila ng formal rehab. So, doon na mag-start ng CBT na group. So, imagine, Doc, dito pa lang, it takes some time para fully master niyo po yung MI. No? Ako po, nangangapa pa rin. So, from the time na sa EMU, I mean, yung mga patients natin, hindi pa sila sanay sa ganong klaseng environment. And then, isasabak mo sila agad doon sa group ng CBT. So, more or less parang talagang mukhang kailangan muna sila sigurong matrain ng ganong klaseng setup. Tama po kayo, sabi niyo yung mga first 2 months nila and then saka po sila ipasok talaga dun sa CBT group. Yun po yung thought ko lang.
Okay. All right. So tomorrow we'll explore. Tomorrow, no. Yeah. Tomorrow we'll talk about relapse prevention, cognitive behavioral, right? So we'll spend some time with cognitive behavioral. Okay, we'll talk about that. You know, how can you make it appropriate for our clients? Diba? Issues like anong limitations ng CBT. We talk about that too. Alright? And then we'll apply CBT in relapse prevention. Even that, even relapse prevention, when is it appropriate? Right? Can you actually do it if the client is new in the program? Shall we do it in the middle? Shall we do it towards the end? Okay, so hopefully we can also explore that. Okay? So that's how we will do. So that's the challenge of trying to actually implement yung tinatawag natin mga evidence-based practices, no? Hindi kadali yung gawin, no? Ito lang, nag-struggle tayo dito, di ba? So, di ba? So, ang problem dyan, the way I see it, you really have to know well about the model to be good at this. Okay? So sa akin ba, kahit na one model lang, basta ma-master mo yung model na yun, that's probably more productive than you are doing so many things na hindi ka naman talaga expert doon. Di ba? It will take time to develop expertise in any of those models. I'm just thinking, like, yeah, you cannot expect, come on, di ba? Even people who are highly educated, no, will struggle with those things because they're not familiar what those things are. So before we do it, we have to be proficient somehow to a certain level to really do it right. Okay? Di ba? Otherwise, you're not doing justice to the model. I'm very particular about it. Kasi pag hindi mo ginawa mong ganon, mamaya sabi, hindi naman pala effective. Hindi naman pala effective yung CBT. Mali. Hindi effective yung CBT ka, mali yung pag-application mo. Di ba? Para rin sabi, hindi effective yung TC. Hindi effective kasi mali yung application mo. Doon mauuwi yun. Ganun ang magiging conclusion mo na hindi effective. You are blaming the model for the failure of the practitioner. A lot of times we do that based on our own experience and not looking at, did you really understand it? Did you really know how to do it? Okay? All right. Okay, questions, comments? No? Okay. More practice? All right. Okay, so we'll talk about something else and then of course, we will have more practice. Okay, next. Oops. Okay, resistance. Okay, a signal, an information, right? Influenced by clinicians' responses. Okay, so let's say you're going too fast. You're going too fast working with a client. Okay, what happens? Because the client is not ready to go there, but you are pushing the client to get there. Then you will meet resistance. Correct? Yeah. So the trick is not going too fast. Be with the client. Don't be ahead with the client, right? Alongside with the client. Because you are going to meet resistance if you are too fast or too ahead of your clients. looks and sounds like an engaged posture. Okay. Ano yung mga postures that tells you he is not engaged? Yeah, and he sits like indifferent, looking at the ceiling, like that, not looking at you. He doesn't show any interest, right? No eye-to-eye contact, or looks down. Okay, those are signs now he is not ready to engage, right? Yeah. Okay, even though he is not saying anything, he is showing signs of resistance, correct? Okay, so once you see those body language, it's actually a signal to you, okay, he is not ready to engage. The next question is, what do I do with this? Right? Okay. An answer like yes, but. Okay. I know you're right, but. I know I need this, but. Okay. Avoiding. Yes. He doesn't want to talk about the issue. Turn around and actually asking you questions rather than answering your questions. Right? Arguing, of course. Okay, that's an obvious sign of resistance. And refusing. You meet all of those, right? Those signs of resistance. Okay, responding to resistance. How do we do it? Simple, amplified, and double-sided reflections. That's how we actually work with them, using those. Okay. So, trials says, I don't want to be here. All right. So, reflect. How are you going to reflect that? I don't want to be here. What reflection can you use? I don't want. Right away, you reflect that. Guys, I don't want to be here. Reflection. Yes, Doc. Joey.
Are you telling me that you'd rather be somewhere else? Pwede ba yun, Doc?
That's a close question. Are you saying?
Ayaw, ano? You got me there. Wait lang, Doc. Easy lang.
Okay, so, right. I don't want to be here. Come on. Yeah, Ivan.
You feel there is no need for you to be here.
You don't feel that you need this place. That's a good one. Okay, what else? That's a good, he is actually reframing it. Okay. All right. We'll learn about reframing, right? Okay. How else? Okay, so reflection. Reframing is a form of reflection. Okay. All right. What else? Come on, I don't want to be here. No. How do you feel? No, that's just reflect what is the underlying. Okay. I don't want to be here. What's the underlying feeling? What? Okay. So if you feel less angry, you're angry being here. Okay? See? You're angry being here. You're guessing that he is angry. Remember I told you, guess what's the underlying feeling? I don't want to be here. Okay, another feeling. What possible feelings? I don't want to be here. What? How does he feel? I don't know possible feeling. Go ahead. Feeling.
You think that that this is an unsafe environment?
No. Okay. That's a big. I'm sorry. Okay. You feel compelled. You feel compelled. You feel yeah. Okay, that's good. You feel compelled being here. Okay? So, like I said, focused on ano ba ang nararamdaman niya? Resentment could be, you feel you resent being here. Whether it's right or wrong, if it's wrong, then he will respond to you. Actually, mag-elaborate na siya. Dina-draw mo sa kanya yung, di ba? You understand? Okay. There is no right or wrong in guessing the feeling, right? Okay. Just guess the feeling that he is at that moment experiencing and reflect it back to the client. That's all. Okay? So, what's the impact of that? If you are the client, the impact of that is he understands what I'm trying to say. In not so many words, he got it. That's really how I feel. Okay, so when he feels like that, then he is more encouraged to actually say something. And then, you know what's the next one? He is gonna give you reasons. Yeah? Now he's talking now, right? He's gonna give you reasons why he feels that way. He's elaborating. Then he's giving you more materials to explore. Yeah. Then whatever he gives you, reflect again, and then you can ask open-ended questions. Okay? Wow. Alright. Challenging, right? It is not, it's not easy. Nobody told you. I didn't tell you that it's easy. I'm trying to make it as easily understood as possible. Okay? But it's still, easy to understand, but the practice of which is really challenging. I understand that. But once you keep going and practicing, doing this, and you get the hang of it, you will enjoy using it. I guarantee you, you'll enjoy using the model because you're able to elicit more from the client and you connect with the client more easily as opposed to just the regular counseling or advice giving, or making threats. Kasi mayayari yan, pag na-exhaust mo na all your techniques and resources, o sige, i-book mo na sarili mo. You'll end up there. I-book mo na sarili. Okay. Ibig sabihin, ikaw na na-prostrate. Okay. But, you know what I'm saying? Pag you run out of ideas on how to work with a client and you get frustrated, you're most likely to actually resort to, coercive means. And then when you do that, then that relationship is gone. Right? Gone. Okay, so you want to keep that relationship going. Right? And this approach, you're not going to create resentment in clients. You're not going to create negative feelings in the clients. Right? It's a very safe process. Non-confrontive, okay, respectful, diba? Accepting, all that good stuff. We're doing it. Okay. Okay, so you can use resistant all those reflective responses or other responses, shifting the focus. Okay, if the client gets so hyped up, right? Hyped up, change the focus. Okay, you can always go back to that issue later on when a client comes down. Because you don't want to get him going because then he's going to get triggered, right? And then before you know it, he's not really thinking. Okay? He's going to, how do you call that? He gets more agitated, right? The more he talks about, so shift the focus. Okay, next is actually reframing. What is reframing? I did a reframing with that thing. It's very hard in here. I don't want to be here. This is a very challenging place. That's reframing, right? Okay. All right. So reframing is a form of reflective reflection, right? It's a form of reflection. Agreeing with a twist. Okay. Here we go. And this one requires a little bit more expertise from you. There are aspects of the program you like, but it also causes you trouble. Right? And then when you say that, the client is likely to say something, in response to what you said. Emphasizing personal choice and control. Okay. So you just say, okay, you feel like, your personal choice has been violated. That you lost a sense of control about your life, right? You are affirming him that actually he lost his choice and sense of control over his life because he is here, right? And then the client, if the client responds something that yes, because the judge sent me here, okay, so he's giving you more materials to work on, right? And then continue the reflection, and then followed by open-ended question, right? Okay, so coming alongside, that's what I was telling you. Sakayan mo. Coming alongside, don't resist. Go along with it. It's not easy to be here. It is coming alongside. Not easy to be here. Okay, so you're not gonna follow up with, well, what got you here? What did you do? No, that's not a good follow-up question. Stay away from those kind of questions yet. He's not ready to actually give you an honest answer to those questions. Okay, so just keep reflecting about what is going on with him. Reflect back the feelings. And then if he gives you more information, work with that. Ask more open-ended questions about those things that he shares with you. Okay? Alright. What time is it? This is gonna take time. Okay? Alright, so can you just find out, Gilbert, anong oras ang break? We can do it now? Alright, so we'll take a break because this is gonna take time. And it's about 10 minutes before 3. Okay? So we'll take a break here and be back at 20 minutes after 3. 20 after 3? Okay, and then we'll continue this. Okay? 20 minutes after 3. Okay, ready for the exercise? Yes. All right. We'll change this format, okay? We'll stick to the diet, diet, okay? Dalawa lang, no? Wala na observer. Kasi kadalasan, hindi naman nag-go-work out yung observer, eh. Nahirapan. Okay? So, we'll simplify the format. Diet again. Diet. So, if we go back to, okay, you know, why don't we do it this way? Change partner. Find another partner, okay? Find another partner. So, it's always new, right? So, it's, okay, find a partner, please. Okay, now, all right. Okay, listen up. Okay. So, okay, spend some time thinking about what it is that you would like to talk about. It has to be something that you are resistant to do for one reason or another. Okay? All right. Now, again, doing the same thing, right? Open-ended question, affirmation, reflection, and summarizing. I'll give you a little bit more time, okay? Now, select something that is, a little bit more challenging naman. More challenging, okay? Alright. Yung talagang matindi. Okay? Alright. Are you ready? You know what to do? Yes? You know what to do. It's right there. Okay, you already choose an issue, right? The counselor responds to resistance using reflective and other responses. Reflection, other responses. Yung ORS, pinapractice natin yung ORS. Open-ended question, affirmation, okay, reflection, simple, complex, double-sided, and summarizing. Yung apat na yun, we wanna master that, okay? Alright, let's do it. Let's do it. Wala kang partner, Doc Lydia? Sino walang partner? Wala kang partner. Naku, wala kang partner. Okay. Alright. Kayong dalawa? Okay. Mag-observer ka sa kanila. Okay. You can make some suggestion. Kung sino yung counselor, you help the counselor. No? Okay. You take a break and say, okay, bulungan mo siya ano yung tatanong. Okay? Alright. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. I'm gonna give you a longer time, okay? Longer time. I'll give you like 8 minutes. 8. Matagal yun. 2 minutes. 2 more minutes. One minute. Okay, time's up. Time's up. Alright. Yung iba, walang partner, hindi nakapagsimula. Philip, mag-partner na kayo ni Joanne. Okay? Alright. Kayo ni Joanne. Okay, switch role. Switch role, okay? Same question. Same topic. Now, listen. This is your chance to practice, okay? You take this seriously. This is our last exercise for the day, okay? Okay, so switch role. What happened to you guys? You done? Okay, so magpalit na role now. Okay, change role. You will be the counselor now, client. 3 more minutes. 3 minutes. Okay, time's up. Time's up. Okay.
Ay, sorry, Doc.
It's alright. Okay. Alright, so how did it go this time? Alright. Okay, guys. Okay, kumusta naman dito? Alright. Oh, naku, mahirap awatin ah. Talagang nalulung. mga nalulung. Okay. So, that's it, right? So, sino ang naka-experience na talagang na-practice nyo yung 4 things? Open-ended. Okay? Affirmation. Reflection. Okay, summarizing. Na-practice nyo lahat yung? Alright, good. Okay. Oh. Yung bang mga ginamit yung example, baka totohanan? Okay. Sino ang nakaramdam na natulungan talaga siya? Honestly. Na natulungan kayo? Okay. Good. Okay, yung mga talagang seryoso yung talagang yung session nila, nagtaas ng kamay. Ibig sabihin talagang they got into it, right? Okay. So when you really get into it, you get something out of it, right? Okay. So, expect a bill from your mail. Free session. Saan ka nakakita noon? May training na, may free counseling session pa. Di ba? Added benefits yun. Oh, talaga libre, di ba? Okay, so that's the whole idea. I really wanted you to really experience it. No? I know it's hard, it's takes a lot of effort. But that's a good beginning, di ba? Don't stop there. Keep using it. Keep practicing until it becomes like a second nature to you when you work with your clients. Yung may mga private practice sa labas yan, magamit na talaga yan, di ba? Oh. Okay? So, kahit lawyer ka, no? Di ba? Pag lawyer ka, akala mo, magagamit mo din yun. Pag you're handling yung mga cases mo, di ba? Oh. Gamitan mo ng MI, di ba? Para lumabas yung true story. Okay. Di ba? Mga anak mo sa bahay, pwede rin gamitan ng MI. Di ba? Matitigas ang ulo, ayaw makinig. Yung mga sponsors nyo, na ayaw makinig. MI. Okay. Now, seriously. Okay, so, let me ask you. I know we have a few more things before we wrap the day. But this is actually the most important part, no? Yung apat na yun. Kasi yun ang your practice will depend on that. The others that we will talk about are enhancements ang tawag doon, to enhance it. Okay? Kahit na I know, this is just a beginning, introductory, MI, pero pag yun talaga ang mga, those are the principles and, the skills that you need to develop, you have it, the basic one. Okay? So, hopefully, somewhere down the road, you will have other MI, a more advanced training on MI. Okay? So, yung mga advanced na yun, very challenging. You think yung practice natin challenging? Mas challenging yun. Okay? So, pag you have the chance to go to the other training, no? So, meron na kayong pwedeng ipakita, di ba? Marunong na kayo. Kasi doon sa mga training na yun, they assume that you are already practicing MI. And you will not benefit from it kung wala kang experience, no? You will feel inadequate. Meron. Marami pa yung training, no? Pero ito yung, what we did here is just introductory, very basic. But this is it. Yun ang backbone of the pillars of MI. Yung pinag-aralan natin, no? Okay. So, comments about the exercise. Pero
Pag-resistant talaga, Dok, parang ang hirap i-navigate nung conversation.
Okay, but you have more tools to use. Di ba? Before, nagko-complain, paano yung client, nakaupo lang yan, ayaw magsalita. Di ba? Oh. So, maybe you can use MI. Like I told you, start with very safe topic. Simple and safe. Di ba? And then use the MI. Okay? Alright, any comments? Realization? In doing this? Tahimik masyado. What's going on in your mind? Is this like a silence of reflection or a silence of, I had enough, please? Don't worry, I had it already, enough, please. Ganun ba? Okay. I know, right? The last several days, marami tayong na-cover. This is our last day for MI. It's only 2 days. Okay? Alright, so, may natutunan ba talaga kayo? Is it enough to kind of build on it? Enough to build on it? Oh, yes? Okay. Yes, I gave you something that you can build on. Okay? Di ba sabi ko sa inyo na practice makes perfect? Totoo yun. Dito sa MI. No? Hanggang talagang naging natural na sa inyo yung mga ano yung gagawin nyo. Di ba? Parang na-internalize nyo yung buong model. Yun ang goal natin. And you will not get there yet until you start practicing it. Ang dami yung opportunity to use it. Okay? Kung mag-volunteer kayo dun sa loob, kausapin mo yung mga pasaway dun, let's say, practice yung MI. Diba? Okay. So, yeah. Diba? Okay. So, maraming mapag-practice yan ng MI. Mag-practice kayo, sit down in, like in a haircut. Do MI in there. Right? Yung approach mo ba, MI? Okay. Questions, please? Questions, comments? Questions about what we just did? No? No questions? Are you still with me? Yes? Still with me. Okay. We're not done. We have more. Akala mo, pauwi na kayo. Hindi. We have more. Okay. Alright. Now, let's talk about change talk. Okay. Ito challenging to, di ba? I gave you some example. Ang hirap i-catch ang change talk. Madali mong ma-miss yun. But this is an added, enhancement on our program. Yung catching yung change talk. Kasi you can use that as a jumping point, right? To really work on motivating the client, no? Okay, so let's look at it. Change talk, client speech that favors movement in the direction of change. No matter how slight, no matter how small. Kahit na konti lang na indication. Kahit sabi niya, naku, iniisip ko. Naku, challenging yan. Di ba? Ibig sabihin ng challenging, iniisip niya na yon. No? He processed it already. Okay? So there is something in there that you can build on. Okay, tell me about the challenge of this. Di ba? Opening na yun. Build on it. Okay, so eliciting change statements. Yan. Example, recognizing disadvantages of the status quo. Ibig sabihin, anong disadvantages ng pagpapatuloy ng problematic behavior mo? No? Okay, nakalagay doon. I guess this is more serious than I thought. Change talk ba yan? Why is there a change talk? Because he's thinking about, mahirap pala to O, ibig sabihin, pre-process niya na yun. Di ba? Inisip niya na. Kaya dumating sa ganong, kaya he said that. Okay? I guess this is more serious than I thought. Di ba? Meron na siyang, nag-isip na siya, no? Ito pala, hindi kasing simple lang. Yung sabi niyo na, oy, ako mahirap pala, change talking sa partner niya. Di ba? Okay. Recognizing advantages of change. Okay. I'd probably feel a lot better if I stop using. Definitely change talk. I'll probably feel a lot better if I lose some weight. Definitely change talk. Right? I probably feel better if I stay on my medication. Change talk. Okay? Or I'll probably feel better if I begin to talk about what is really going on in my life. Expressing optimism about change. Okay, another one. I think I could probably do that if I decided to change talk. Right? He's trying to think, ano kaya possible benefit? He's considering yung benefits of changing his behavior. That is change talk. You got it? Yes? Okay, next. Expressing intention to change. I've got to do something. Definitely. That's a change talk. May kunting motivasyon na doon, di ba? Maliit lang, pero that's a motivation. That is change talk, thinking about doing something about the situation, exploring possibility of doing something about the situation. Okay. How to elicit change talk? How do you elicit it? Ask evocative questions. Questions like, what do you think is going to happen if you continue doing this? Right? Does it evoke something? What could possibly happen if you continue this behavior? You can even say, okay, 5 years from now, this is real. And if you, let's say you continue to use drugs, right? You continue to use drugs. 5 years from now, what do you think is going to happen? Is that evocative? Yes, because you put exactly a time frame there, right? 5 years from now, where would you be? Okay, ask for examples. What would be an example of, even though it's a small thing, what would be an example that what you're doing is working for you, for example, right? Yeah. Okay, so let's say dieting, right, and exercising. What would be a small sign that this is actually working for you? Right? Dieting and exercise, for example. So there's a lot. Oh, my blood sugar drops. Okay, I feel good about myself. All right, I feel healthier. I think better. Okay, then that's a lot of good stuff that is giving you, right? Okay, and then you can, of course, ask more open-ended question regarding those responses. Use the importance ruler. Yan, di ba? Pag-aralan natin yan mamaya. Okay, so, di ba, importance ruler. Yung katulad ginawa kay Vincent. We'll go there later on, okay? Explore the decisional balance. Okay, the pros and cons. Di ba? Yung, ano yung benefits of, di ba, staying this way, ano yung cost. Okay, right? That's a good way of doing it. Okay, decisional balance. Because then, you know, you can probably elicit a lot of change talk if you do that. Ask for elaboration. Tell me more about that, you know. Tell me more. Okay? Ask for elaboration. Very extremes. That is the example I was telling you. Okay? So, if you continue to use this, what would be the most serious consequence? Right? If you continue using drugs, what would be the, imagine, the most extreme or serious consequence? O ano kaya ang pinakamalupit mangyari sa iyo kung magpapatuloy ka ng paggamit ng gamot? Ano ang pinakamalupit na mangyayari sa iyo kung magpapatuloy ka sa buhay mo, no? Sa ginagawa mo. Extreme yan, di ba? Asking for extreme. And then, ano man yung respond niya, you work with it. Okay? And then, you can ask open-ended questions, follow up with open-ended questions, and then reflection again. Di ba? Okay. So, you keep doing that until you elicit more and more information about, about the topic. Look back and look forward. Okay, so how was it like before you started using drugs? How was your cognition, your ability to think clearly? For example, when you were not using drugs. And if you continue to use, what do you think is gonna happen with your ability to think or use your mind or judgment, making good judgment? Okay, so look back, or how was your life? How was your relationship with your family and loved ones before you started using it? Give me an idea of how it was like. Okay, and then go forward and say, if you continue to do this, what is going to happen 5 years from now? Okay, you put a time, or 3 years from now. Okay, I like using 5 years. It's a matter of, you can even use 10 years, right? But 10 years is too remote. And 3 years is too soon. So I selected 5. Okay? Di ba? Oh. Useful yun, di ba? Talaga mag-iisip siya. Kung ano. Ano kaya mangyayari sa akin pag magpatuloy ito? Eh, masama na nga ang relasyon namin sa bahay. Pag nagpatuloy pa ako, di ba? Anong posibleng mangyari? What could possibly happen? And then sabi niya, naku, baka maghiwalay kami ng misis ko at maiwanan ko ako. So how would you feel when your wife decided to leave you? How would you feel about that? How would your life be different without your loved ones? Okay? Those are follow-up questions. Open-ended question. Come alongside. Yun sinabi ko sa inyo na, okay, I know you're using this drug. I know you're using drugs because you're trying to cope with your family problems. You're trying to cope with stresses. You're coming along, right? Okay. You're not really tolerating his drug use. You're just saying what he's using it for. Okay? Alright. That's coming alongside. Explore goals and values. Ano talaga ang goal mo sa buhay? Anong pinakamahalagang bagay sa buhay mo ngayon? Okay? Anong mga bagay-bagay sa buhay mo na pinapahalagahan mo talaga? Top question yan for somebody who has been using drugs for a while. Di ba? Ano ang mahalaga sa buhay mo? Anong pinapahalagahan mo sa buhay mo? Okay? Alright. Okay, so those questions will elicit change talk. Right? Okay. So far, okay? Good. Alright, exploring importance. Di ba? Importance. Okay, the way you set it up is on a scale of 1 to 10, okay, with 1, kailangan i-define mo. Ano yung 1? With 1, hindi importante sa'yo, and 10 is mahalaga talaga, very important sa'yo, okay? So, i-define mo, ano yung 1, pinakamahalaga walang halaga talaga sa'yo, and 10, napakahalaga sa'yo, okay? Is it at this time for you to change? Okay. So, he will give you an answer, right? He says, oh, I will give myself 5. Kahit na 3, let's say. 3. Kahit sabi niya 3. Kahit na 3, okay? You work with that. What made you give it a 3 and not a 1 or not a 2? What made you give it a 3 and not a 2? Okay? So, what you're still saying, mabuti yung 3 kaysa sa 2. Without saying it. But that's what actually you're asking him. Okay? And then, what do you think it would take to raise that score from A3 to A4? Small steps, guys. Small steps. Huwag ka naman tumalun dun sa, what will it take for you to take a 3 to 10? Extreme, di ba? Mahirap yung hurdle na yon. So, small lang. Usually, just 1 step forward. Okay? Alright. How might I help you with that? Or you can ask, what would you be doing to tell you that are you ready for 3 or for 4? What would you be doing? What's going in your life to give yourself a score of a higher score? Okay? Does that make sense? Those are just technique to actually move him up in that scale. Simple to use, right? If you want to find out from clients about how important certain things in their life, try this scaling question. Okay? It's really a nice tool to use. Right? Okay. So, next, confidence. Okay. Okay, use the same scale. All right. On a scale from 1 to 10. Okay, where 1 is you are not confident at all. And 10 is you are very confident. Okay? You know, what could make that change? Okay, how confident are you that you could make that change? Okay, in a scale from 1 to 10. Dinefine mo na yung what is 1 and what is 10, right? Okay, so you're asking for the level of confidence in that scale. Whatever number he gives you, the same prices again. He gives you like a 5. What made you give it a 5 and not a 4? Okay, not a 4. What do you think it would take to raise that score from a 4, from a 5 to a 6? You get the trick? Yeah? So the first one is, you know, bakit, wow, binigyan mo ng 4, hindi 3. Or 4, not, you know, why 4? Okay, not 3. Whatever number he gives you, the next lowest one to that. You got it, right? It's a trick that, hey, you know, I gave it that because, okay, so he's starting to think, you know? And then, what would it take to raise that score from a 5 to a 6? Okay? All right. How I might help you with that? How might I help you achieve that for you to move in that scale? Okay? A lot of times they'll give you that number 5. They want to be in the you know, it's a neutral number. Most clients will give you a 5, a neutral number. Most of them. But you work with that. Okay. It also gives you an idea his level of confidence, doesn't it? It gives, you know, right? He gives you a high number, means he's really confident. He gives you a low number, he is not sure. He's not sure about himself. He can do it, right? Okay. All right. Are we good with those scaling questions? You got it, guys? You got it? Everybody got it, right? Another tool that you can use. Okay? And that's going to elicit change talk. Definitely. All right. Strengthening commitment to change. Okay. Okay, so recognizing signs of readiness, no? So in your session, nakita mo, no, he got to a point where he is now willing to explore the possibility of changing his behavior. Okay? Okay, so ready na ba tong client na to? It should come from him, right? And, you know, you will know. He will tell you. Okay? If he's ready. Beware of hazards. Meaning, pushing the client. Pushing him. Okay? Or going too fast. Going too fast. Always stay with the client. Don't be ahead of the client. Because you know what's going to happen? If you push and you are too ahead of the client, he will build resistance again. He will be resistant again, okay? You don't want that. Summarizing. Okay, so it is always helpful to summarize because, you know, he has a chance to actually add or correct you if you perceive that, you know, that you heard him well. Okay? So summarizing, like I said, is a form of reflection too. Diba? Okay, asking key questions. Okay. So dapat ang tanong mo, shoot talaga dun sa sitwasyon, no? What is going on with him? Giving information and advice. Okay, di ba sabi natin, you can actually give advice. But the way you give advice, we'll talk about that. You know, it's in the form of options, right? Not just like advice. And then, you know, you should be respectful. You ask, can I or may I, if I may, very respectful, it's not imposition. You're not imposing anything. Pag sinabi mo, may I? Okay? Alright. Very respectful. Di ba? Pag sinabi mo, may I, you feel like, okay, this guy is respecting me. He's not telling me what to do. He's not imposing his will. Okay. Giving information, I told you before, because sometimes they really are not familiar with certain things. Okay? They need more information. If you feel like, hey, he needs more information about what he plans to do. For example, like I told you, if the guy has been regularly drinking alcohol, he will have withdrawal symptoms. He might not know that. He might not understand what's withdrawal symptoms. You have to actually advise. He says, okay, I'm ready to give up alcohol. Hey, you did MI and you are so good, you actually made him move up to action and he wants to give up alcohol. Then you have to actually inform him what are the ramifications if we stop alcohol. Okay? Even, suddenly stopping certain things, like certain drugs, there will be some consequences to that. Especially if you're using the drug to cope with trauma symptoms. His way of self-regulating himself, right? And all of a sudden, he's going to give up the one thing that helps him cope, right? With stress. So prepare the person, educate the person, and then tell him what are the available resources to help him with that. So if he's on using drugs as a form of coping, and he wants, from all symptoms of stress, then you can discuss about possibly seeing a psychiatrist to assess, like he might go into depression, right? Okay, so you have to prepare him. Okay? What would be the consequences of those suddenly stopping drug use? Negotiating a change plan. Okay? Alright, so these are all enhancement. For example, there's a change plan worksheets. Okay, this is it. Change I want to make or continue making are, this is a change plan worksheet. So you can give it to him. Now, this is for clients who are already doing something. He wants to actually, he's an action already, right? Okay? In other words, your session, you have moved the client from pre-contemplation, you succeeded in moving him to action. So these are some of the plan. Okay. You have a copy of this slide, so just look back. This is a change plan worksheets. You can take a look at that. Okay. This is an example of filled out worksheets. Giving advice. Let's talk about giving advice. Do you mind if I give you some advice? Not at all. Do you mind if I roll my eyes, sigh deeply, and dismiss your advice as if it came from the village idiot? I might mind. Well, then let me give you some advice. That is so cute, right? It's a cartoon by Dilbert. Some people like this guy, Dilbert. He comes up with some witty cartoons. Okay, giving advice. Ask permission to discuss concerns. Always ask permission, okay? Can we talk about your concerns? State concerns clearly and thoughtfully. Okay? Acknowledge the decision is the client's to make. Okay? I know you're going through a lot of changes and you want to really do something about it. Okay? May I? Okay. And thank you for that. Thank you for actually considering that. What do you think? Help evaluate options. What are the options? Explore options. Provide affirmations and hope. Okay, so explore options, right? These are the options. And then you encourage them to make some evaluate each option, and then make him, you tell him, it's really up to you what it is you want to do. Okay? And then provide affirmations and hope for the client. Alright. Okay, so giving advice, give him options. Alright. Are we good with advice? So I call it options, not advice. You explore the concerns, right? Explore options, to address the concern or problems. Alright? And then you allow the clients to decide what options to take. Do not influence the client. Let him choose. Are we good? Are we clear with giving advice? Yeah? Okay, cool. General practice. Talk less than your client. Yeah? Alright. That's the other thing with us, no? Sa atin, pag para bang kulang yung salita natin, we are not doing a good job. Now, hopefully, with MI, you will minimize talking too much. Okay? Alright, so, yeah. In MI, actually, because if you follow the technique, you will end up talking less. Because you're asking the client, open-ended question and encouraging the clients to elaborate. So, the client does most of the talking. And then all you have to do is reflect, right? Affirm, right? Summarize. That would take a lot of talking. So, the client would eventually be talking more than you do. Sa usual counseling, traditional counseling, you find yourself talking too much. Don't you? Hanggang mapagod ka na kaya sabi mo, nako, itong client na to talagang sarado. Well, nagsarado siya kasi na-overwhelm mo siya. Kaya nagsara siya. Na-overdose yung client sa pakinig sa'yo. Okay? Pag may nakita kang dugong umaagos sa tenga ng client, ang ibig sabihin noon, you're talking too much. Maagos yung dugo. Okay. I cannot dramatize it any more than that. Huh? Sabi ni Perry, dugo at saka utak nagsama na lumabas na. Okay, so, okay. But you get the point, right? Okay, next. Offer 2 or 3 reflections for every question you ask. Diba? Open-ended question, and then the response, and then you reflect back. Okay? Alright. Ask twice as many open questions as closed questions. You really don't have to ask closed questions. I mean, you can. As long as it's minimal, no? More open questions than closed questions. Alright. When listening emphatically, more than half of your reflections should go beyond simple reflection. Okay? Alright, so because the complex reflections elicits more. Okay, elicits more. Alright. A trap to avoid. Okay, what are those traps? Question and answer. Okay? It's not a question and answer. Para bang, kumain ka na? Opo. Ano kinain mo? Isda po. Masarap pa. Hindi po. That's not counseling, no? Okay, you avoid that. See? Pag naging close question, again na magyayari. Di ba? O question and answer. Pag open question, you avoid that question and answer. Right? Okay. Taking sides. You do not take sides. In other words, if he's presenting a dilemma or a ambivalence, di ba? Two sides of that, of that ambivalence, you don't take sides. You don't favor either one. Okay? You got it, no? Kasi yung bias mo lalabas if you take sides. Right? Okay. And do not be the expert. The client should feel like I'm the expert. That I know actually I'm familiar with my problem and I can find solution to it. That should be how he would be thinking. Hindi yung, nako, si Dr. M is a psychiatrist. She knows best for what's going on with me. Di ba? Yun ang kaagad nila. Na expert. Okay. So, do not come across as you are the expert. Because he will rely on you. That's what's gonna happen, and you will end up doing all the work. Labeling. You are in denial. No, you don't say that. Diba? In this model, there is no labeling of you are dysfunctional, you are in denial, you are codependent. Wow. Right? Those are labels that we use. Okay? So, people don't want to be labeled. Okay? They resent if they are, yung nilalagay mo siya sa kahon. Di ba? And then, premature focus. Explore first, and find out before you actually select an area where you want to actually focus. Explore. How long has been the problem? What efforts did he make in the past? What does he hope to accomplish? What is the most important to him? Who are the people important to him? You have to have those. You have to understand those. Get those information. Then based on that, you can select ano yung focus kaya ng ating session. Ano yung priority dito? Di ba? Okay. That's what it is. Blaming. Never. Blame the client. Even though you're insinuating it, right, that was because of your drug use, okay, even that it's not MI if you do that. You do not put the blame on him. He knows already. He knows. You don't have to right? Okay. He knows that, he is to blame. There's no need to actually tell him. Okay? May quiz tayo. Hala. Oo. So, yun lang papasa dun sa quiz ang magkakaroon ng certificate. Do you know that? Did I tell you that before the training? I did? Oh. May quiz tayo. We want to find out if you really learned something from this. Alright. Okay, you owe me, ha? Okay, wala na tayong quiz. You owe me something, okay? Alright. Those are the sources of that. Okay. Okay. So, we finished it, right? Yes. What? Okay. Questions, comments, anything that's not clear? Meron bang tanong? Yung hindi maliwanag? Masyado ba maraming impormasyon? You found it? Did you find it too much information? Okay lang? Okay. Okay lang daw. How about at the back? Masyado bang maraming informasyon? So, what do you think? Makakatulong ba ito sa inyong gawain? Alright. Yes, right? Okay. So, ano kaya ang dapat na susunod na action na gagawin ninyo para mapatuloy yung pagiging ninyong maalam na sa MI? Ano kaya ang susunod? Application. Yes? Lahat ba may opportunity, may pagkakataon na pwede niyong gamitin ito? Lahat? Okay, good. Good. Okay. Alright, so comments? Feedback? Speak now or you keep now or keep now or alright, listen. Walang comments or feedback? Come on. Question? Maliwanag lahat? Question? Wala. Wow. Either I was good or you did not understand anything I said. Okay. So say something. Oh, I learned something. Come on, no? No, specific. What is it about the thing that helps you? MI, di ba? What is it about this course that helped you? Di ba? Open-ended question. What would it take for me for you to talk? Alright. Okay, so, talagang wala na, no? Naubos na yung energy ninyo. Bakit, pag break maingay, pero pagdating sa class, sa question na, wala na, no? Walang tanong. Okay. Alright, guys, we end it here. And thank you very much for the day. And tomorrow, we'll start another topic. Okay? So tomorrow, it's cognitive behavioral, right? We'll talk about that. And then also, we'll talk about cognitive behavioral relapse prevention. Okay. Alright, so enjoy your evening. Alright? And I'll see you tomorrow bright and early. Alright. Good night. You are welcome. May meeting daw po with Doc Cha. Lahat ba tayo? And then yung entrepose po, may meeting din po. Interpret din. Kumusta kayo?
So, siguro give time to have update doon sa interpret preparation evaluation. So I please stay with your group. Wednesday na bukas mga kapatid.
Okay, follow up after yourselves, right? Follow up the chairs and all the trash, okay?